made your way to the temple that you believe is where Trike went for reasons that you're not entirely certain of. Um, I just believe you believe this is an ancient temple dedicated to the goddess Char. Char, from what you have learned, is a ancient deity that has sort of fallen out of favor, um, and is, for lack of a better term, the sort of patron deity of vampires. You also found that it is believed that she is the one who created the vampires. Um, you found the temple. You entered the temple. You searched around. You eventually made your way into a room where you found a coffin and a disturbing axe in the wall. Through a bunch of different leaving and coming back and trying to find out what's going on, you eventually did fight the vampire within and defeat him. And you did take the axe and put it in the bag of holding, if I recall correct. Um, that's pretty much what happened in very broad strokes.
Dodged the most badass curse we could have.
Yes, it was very disappointing.
What was the curse? I didn't. I think I came in after that.
Essentially, it was going to be a curse that would have cursed everyone in the group for like 200 years, and that servants of Shar would have tried to kill you for the next 200 years.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I watched up until a certain point, and then I was like, oh, I see how this leads into where I was going. So, also, I messaged you, but he was picking up pizza. He thought he'd be back in time. Apparently, something happened. He's not back yet. He'll be here soon.
Okay. So, if you were looking at the map, you were all standing where we left after you killed the vampire. So,
We didn't take any sort of short rest or anything, right? We had just finished everything.
yep.
Yeah.
If we could just remind, how's everyone looking?
I am down 2 first level slots. I only have 1 second level slot. I'm free on my 3rd level slots, and I am down a 4th level.
I mean, more HP wise. Like, are we? Is anyone like really hurt?
I'm
Not hurt at
perfect.
Yeah,
I think Astrid only has 2 HP off for some reason.
Okay, because I remember I gave you a healing potion. I think Zameen used a lot of healing on you.
yeah. Because
Yeah.
Astrid, you were the only one who took any damage from him because you guys kept knocking him down. And...
Yeah, I wasn't there, but I didn't take any damage.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't take damage either, so we're good on HP. We're a little low on spells, but
I would say I'm still functional. Like, if we got into even a big fight, I think I'm depends on the size of the fight and what we're getting into.
Well, that's why you throw me and Dace at them face first.
Yeah, but I'm still someone who kind of shares the front line. I mean, I'm fine with the spells I've got right now if we want to keep going.
well, and if I recall correctly, we've kind of looked everywhere aside from the only place that we could go is down to the bottom, right, Matt? Because everything else was like blocked in by cave-ins.
Yep.
Okay. We could at least go and check the door down there before we decide to rest or not.
Fair enough.
Hey, that is fine with me as well.
Alright. Oh, and we have a stray owl out here.
Kill
I
it with
did not
fire.
want to- Did not want him to come into that room knowing that there would be something going on with that coffin.
So the room that you're in here, there's the stairs that lead down to the west and a door that is closed, and then there's the hallway to the south. There's another set of stairs that went down to another door, and you didn't open either of them.
Okay. Well, someone who feels lucky, choose left or down.
Down.
Should we do boulder, paper, shears? Or boulder?
That does not sound like a lucky response. Layla went straight ahead, so...
Okay. Elder parchment shears. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I'll look around any traps and stuff like that around the door for locks and everything.
Nope.
It's not locked or anything?
Nope.
I back up and let Layla's go in front of me.
I would like to open the door, please.
I'm right here with you. I'm gonna stand here and try and observe what this is, because this looks different.
So basically, as you're in the room here, the room itself, it's very damp. The walls are covered with a sort of slimy white film sort of buildup. There's about 1.5 inches of water and mud on the floor, and there are a bunch of overturned pedestals, pieces of broken statues that are sort of, you can see partially sticking out of the mud, and you can see that there's a door on the other side. In the northwest corner, up here, there is a pedestal that's still standing. There is it's a small sort of like metallic pyramid. It almost kind of looks like what you imagine this temple would have looked like when it was originally built.
That's on the pedestal?
Yeah, it's sitting on the pedestal, and overhead there appears to be a banner of sorts, I guess. And you can see that it is depicting a circle. It's a purple circle with a black outline.
Are there any symbols like on the altar or the pyramid itself?
Nope. So appears to be metal.
I'll look. I'll think myself, and I'll point at the like the drawing or whatever it was, the banner, and ask if anyone knows what the purple.
I think I said that
circle.
backwards. It's a black circle with like a purple outline.
Okay, yeah. I'll point at it and ask if anyone knows what it is. And can I roll like a history check?
History or religion.
Religion, yeah. I was about to say, can I roll a religion check?
Richter and Zameen, you would both have an idea that this would be a symbol of Char.
And you said it's like a banner?
Yeah, it's just like a flag, banner, tapestry type thing just hanging there.
I just want to Ray of Frost it to try to break it.
Do you want... We could try and set it on fire. I could
I mean, it's a
set it
piece
on
of cloth.
fire.
I mean, it's... You can do whatever you
Sure,
want.
you could set it on fire. I just don't have fire right now.
Yeah, I'll use my firebolt cantrip and just set it on fire. Do I need a roll for that? I mean, it's just like, it's just fabric.
Yeah, it starts to smoke and smolder a little bit, but it's, as you do that, you notice that like everything in this room, it's soaked. So it doesn't really catch fire. It smolders a little bit in some smoke, but it doesn't actually start to burn.
Well,
It doesn't seem like any. I mean, you all see it. It's not like it's like, ooh, it doesn't burn. You know, it's like, oh, obviously it's wet.
not magic not burning.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
simple
it's just like,
science.
yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, obviously.
Can I like pull it down and wring it out and then burn it? Like,
Or just,
don't know.
Richter's gonna look at you and say, "You can just, we'll take care of it later. It's not important right now."
okay, well, I tried.
Everybody do a perception check as well. Wow, roll 20 is super slow.
Dace, coming in hot.
Richter, Zameen, Lalith, Astrid, you all recognize that the sort of white substance on the walls is that caustic lime that was on the that large stone that you ended up having to move out of the way. So
The acidy stuff? Can you take my staff and push the banner into it?
Yeah.
I just want to see if that'll destroy it.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, lime doesn't really destroy fabrics unless there's a lot of agitation. Even then it takes quite a while. We sometimes wash with lye, but I don't know, this is odd.
You see, the pyramid itself, though, it seems to be pretty well made, and it does appear to be made out of pure silver.
Can I sense any sort of magic coming from the altar or the pyramid?
I mean, are you using detect magic?
I gladly will if everyone wants to give me 10 minutes. I can see if there's any magic around the altars.
No, that's fine. Meanwhile, I can search around the room, see if there's anything we missed.
So I'll just step right back out here and sit down on the not wet, muddy floor.
And Astrid's gonna just search around, just in case.
I would help you. I'll help you with perception. I'll help searching around and
Investigation if
and
you're looking
try-
around.
yeah, I think I'm going to help her. Okay, I don't know. This is a DM question. I'm terrible at investigation, but is there a way that I can help her in her investigation because of the nature of the room we're in by perceiving whether or not she's going to step in something weird or if it's like a sinkhole or does that work?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can assist her in investigating, but if you're not proficient, you can just give her advantage on it by helping.
Okay, then I'm not proficient in it, so I'll just give her advantage by helping.
So, what you can see is that in bits where the walls aren't covered in the lye, you can see that there appears to be throughout in all the walls that you can see bits and pieces of what appears to be like murals.
Murals of what?
Well, you can't really tell because it's covered in lime.
Can I... let me check something. Shit.
Roll investigation to check something.
I can't... I think when I was away, I think my 4th level spell was used. So I can't try and suck the water out of this and try and wash the lye off. I don't think that I... does the lye look brittle?
I mean, it looks like you could probably scrape it off. Whether or not you wouldn't want to spend the time to scrape it off all the walls is up to you guys, but
If you wish, I can hand you my hand axe to scrape some off.
I also do have a dagger I never use. I could use that to break some up.
I have a dagger as well. I was just wondering how delicate it was. Maybe I could use Gust of Wind and try and sweep the walls, but I think it may be more stuck than that. I'll assist Astrid with our daggers and try and scrape away some of the lye delicately and try and read some of these.
okay. Probably take you guys an hour or so to get to if you want to do the whole room.
I'd probably pause when Richter is done, see if there's anything specifically magical around, and then continue.
Yeah, whenever I'm good, I'll just walk into the center of the room and just kind of scope it all out to see any magic at all.
Same.
Nothing.
Dang, I can't
Nothing?
type tonight.
Okay. Well, then as I see what they're doing, I'll just say, does anyone have an extra blade I can help?
Yes.
Layla pulls out like one of 40 weapons he has.
Well, Hold on. What weapon are you handing him?
I can either hand in one of 2 hand axes, an ornate dagger, or a regular dagger.
And
Hand
axe.
him. Hand. Do you want the hand axe? I can carry the hand axe. I don't know if you can.
Well, you can use it to
I-
scrape something off. He's not going to swing, and
Yeah, I'm not throwing it at anyone.
he's not going to
Okay.
cleave anybody in the face. But probably be
It-
like just from what you see, an axe would probably be more useful than a knife as far as trying to scrape this stuff off.
You
Okay,
you
it
did say
just-
there. Ooh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it just looked heavy. I was just trying to make sure it was okay.
And Matt, you said that there are some places we can see stuff.
Yeah.
Like, is there anywhere I see any sort of writing, like a language that I can or can't understand? Just any sort of like runes or writing.
You don't see any writing node. It's mainly
Okay.
just pictures.
All right, then yeah, I'll just start at a. I guess I'll take the one corner as they're doing the other side, and I'll just start scraping.
All right, so you guys going to take an hour or so to try and scrape down the walls. Eventually, you do. You all, I'll say you probably all take a little bit of damage from the lime burning your skin, but I'm not going to like actually take it. Nothing that's going to be like consequential, but you do get a few little burns here and there from the lime hitting your skin. But eventually you can see that it does appear that the let me layers here. So you can see that it looks like it starts sort of in this corner and it sort of goes around the room. Appears to be sort of depicting different scenes. A lot of it is you remember when you first entered the temple, you sort of saw what appeared to be very ancient, sort of archaic, like people that were like farmers and stuff that were working and that type of thing. Whereas now these appear to be more people sort of in worship. You do see quite a few instances of that same symbol that was on the flag, essentially. So you see the black circle with the purple around it. You see people wearing purple robes. You see what you can assume is a depiction of Char. And from what you know, from what you learned previously, you also believe you see a figure that is likely Saloon, who is her sister. The depiction that you see there is of Char with her arms sort of outstretched and appears to be floating in the air. And you can see Saloon, and you're assuming it's her because she has a depiction of a moon over her head, basically prostrate in front of her, as well as another man that is also kneeling before Char. You see a number of these figures that are in these sort of dark purple robes that appear to be fighting werewolves. And most of the rest of it is sort of like the lime has destroyed, so it's kind of hard to pick out. But those are the main things that you can gather from what you've seen.
Do the people in purple do they have any like vampiric traits? Are they like all very pale, or do you see any sort of fang or anything?
You don't see anything like that. From what you had learned in Singorn, you would imagine that these are one of the 3 different sort of orders that followed Char. So it's either the Dark Justicars, it's the Order of the Dark Moon, or it is the group called the Nightbringers.
Okay,
So
I
you
didn't have that, sir.
The Nightbringers are the elite forces of Char. So from what you can guess, it was probably not the Nightbringers. The Nightbringers are essentially spirits that possess other creatures and use them like puppets. So You would guess that it's probably the Dark Justicars. Um,
And one last thing I want to try. You said there were other altars tipped over, right?
Yep.
Can I just go like look around by them and see if there's any other objects that had fallen off them, like how the pyramid's on the top left one? Can I just like search through the muck right there to see if there's any other objects that fell?
Yep. You do not find anything.
Okay.
The only thing that seems to be of any particular value is that pyramid. Everything else seems to have been destroyed or just lost over time.
And there's no magic on the pyramid. I'll actually look to Astrid and Zmeen and just say, you're both religious. Do you reckon? Is there any sort of connect between pyramids and her? Or do you think it's just this where we are?
I can try and look, but I remember Astrid telling me about the book that she read that something about pyramids and ziggurats.
Yes, ziggurats were usually the temples used for Ayun. This one, if I recall, is a repurposed ziggurat.
I mean, maybe this is just a statue. I mean, because ziggurats are obviously much bigger than this, so.
Well, I'm
maybe
more
we
worried
destroy
if
it?
I was thinking if it is of this ziggurat, perhaps it's a key to somewhere in here. I just didn't want to just touch it or take it and have something happen.
I can try and destroy it from a longer range.
Or perhaps we could all leave the room. I could use Mage Hand to push it off if it goes off.
Seems like a fair idea.
That sounds good.
And yeah, Astrid will cast Mage Hand and try to push at the ziggurat or pyramid and push it off.
Falls into the mud.
She peers in carefully before stepping back in. No, that doesn't do much.
I'll go
that
try
was
to
a good
retrieve it.
Yep. It's pretty small. It doesn't weigh too much, but
All right. I'll just. Is it like small enough for me to put into like a pouch on my side?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it in. And I guess go look at this next door.
Yep.
Or actually, Astrid, you already looked around here. Would she have looked at this?
Yeah, it's not locked or trapped. One thing I will say that you guys, as part of your high perceptions earlier, is what strikes you as somewhat odd in this place is that you were here looking for somebody, but one thing that you sort of it's starting to dawn on all of you is that this place seems completely undisturbed. Like, it doesn't look like anybody's been here in a very, very, very long time. There aren't any footprints. All the stuff looks like, people did. It's not like any of the things that are broken don't appear to have been broken recently. It's all like this hasn't been touched in possibly thousands of years.
When we found that camp that had the still bit of small flame in the like fire pit,
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we look for tracks around there and that we didn't see any, or we saw them leading this way?
Yep.
Right.
So we're basically in a place where tracks led to, but we don't see any tracks inside.
Maybe a fluid cost.
Can I make a survival check to see if there's any tracks besides our own in this room?
You don't need to. That was what I was just telling everybody. You
Okay.
don't see anything at all.
Basically nothing at all. Okay.
All right, and Matt, if you could just refresh me because it's been a while. Were the tracks leading into like because I remember us, I believe, seeing like a hole in the side of the temple that well the part of the temple that we could see.
Yeah, but the tracks didn't specifically lead there. They led to the
Okay.
outcropping, and then that was sort of like all that you got. And then you saw the hole, and then went to it.
Odd.
Can anyone? Did anyone try to locate him?
I did try locate creature, but I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, her concentration was lost at some point.
I'm sure you lost it during that fight we had.
Well, and I think it went off, but he was not within 1,000 feet of you at the time that you.
Yeah, it lasts for up to an hour, but at some point she lost concentration. If we do a long rest somewhere, I could cast it again. It's a 4th level spell.
We're already down near the store. Perhaps we look in here, and if it doesn't lead to anything more, we can head back out and try to rediscover the tracks.
Yeah, we could do that.
I would like to open the door, please.
There's something in the hallway. A giant star?
It's not really a star. It's just that this map is retarded. That's actually a statue.
A giant statue?
Yeah.
I mean, got dust in her eyes; she couldn't see straight.
Yeah. So that you can see that again, this just like the rest of this temple, it's the ceiling and the walls and floor is sort of just covered in this, wet sort of slime. You can see there's water that appears to be standing water, sort of running through the middle there. You can see that the walls themselves, the stone and everything, appears to be flaking off. There doesn't appear to be any lime in this room, but you can see that the walls, just the rock, is starting to sort of flake and peel away. You can see this statue, which roughly about 12 feet tall. It appears to be a fairly, I mean, as far as you can tell from a statue, that appears to be a somewhat attractive woman. You can see that it looks like at one point the statue itself was actually painted, because you can see a few bits of color. Um, she appears to be wearing long black and purple robes. Um, what you can see that sort of strikes you is that the eyes appear to be actually made of obsidian, and one of them has actually sort of like loosened and is sort of like hanging slightly down on the cheek of the statue. And you can see that there is behind the statue, it looks like there is actually a weapon across her back.
Wait,
Like a
you said
real weapon?
Yeah, it looks like a real
the
weapon.
opal is hanging from it, like almost like an eyeball would from someone.
Basically, I mean, it's not quite like it's not a circle obsidian really. It's more like if you think of like the ancient Roman statues, it looks like it's almost like a piece of obsidian that's sort of like laid on the inside of the eye. So it's more like a cut in the shape of like an almond shape essentially, and it's more it's a bit more flat, like it's sort of stuck onto the stone, and that stone has sort of like loosened a little bit and it's like hanging partially off. So not quite like an eye, but it still looks odd. But yeah, the weapon on the back does appear to be an actual weapon, and you can see that there does appear to be a bit of damage to the statue overall, in addition to the eye being a little bit loose. Essentially, there's some chips and scrapes, and just like the walls, it does look like it's the statue itself is starting to crumble a little bit.
Do I still have my detect magic going?
Probably.
Oh, actually, no. We cleared off the lime after I cast it, so I wouldn't. Shit.
I can try and go up there and grab the weapon.
Let me have a look first for any sort of runes or anything. Just make sure try to make sure it's not trapped or anything like that, or cursed. And I'll go up and can I investigate around the statue and walls for any sort of go fuck yourself runes?
Yep.
And Astrid will help.
They're my favourite type of runes.
This is curious.
Did you say what kind of weapon it was?
It's like a sword.
Okay.
So looking at it with a best you can tell, because again the statue's pretty tall. This is a 12-foot statue. So based on the way that it looks, you think that you could probably climb up the statue, but based on the way that it's carved, it looks like it's somewhat top heavy, and if you try to climb it, it might tip forward.
Can I, like, use my staff to stick up and try to get at the sword?
I can also try shooting it off with my longbow.
Would you like me to
looks
reach?
I just didn't want anyone to touch it, like, first hand. Like,
I can stand on Layla's shoulders. I'm pretty tall, and the two of us together would definitely reach that height, and I could try and take it off.
Or just mage hand again. You're worried about touching it.
But mage hand only, I think it's like 10 pounds or something.
most swords wouldn't weigh that much.
Depends.
Well, this is like a great sword.
It does not appear to be a great sword.
Well, worst comes to worst, it'll, I suppose, drop from the mage hand and fall to the floor.
Lalith, you would know that on average, a long sword probably at most weighs about 5 pounds.
Yes, most general swords are 5 pounds.
Go for it, Astrid.
Yep, and she'll cast it again and try to yank the sword out.
Yep, it comes free.
She brings it closer to herself. And it just looks like a regular weapon.
It does not appear to be a regular weapon. As you bring it towards you, you see that the blade is also made of obsidian. So it is a jet black blade. The hilt itself it appears to be made of it looks kind of silverish, but it's a bit tarnished. The actual grip appears to be pretty rotted at this point. Looks like it was probably made of leather, black leather, but it's not in good shape and would have to be replaced.
Shall I identify it?
Are there runes and stuff on it?
Nope. It
Alright.
looks like a regular sword except for the blade is obsidian.
Richter's just gonna touch the sword quick.
Looks like it could be ceremonial.
I mean, in reality, yes, because an obsidian blade would actually be, like, unlike the fantasy trope, and a real obsidian blade would be absolute trash for a real weapon, but...
Gotta have that magical stuff in it.
Yeah, in D&D, however, obsidian blades, just, and like Skyrim, they just look cool. But yeah.
Oh, an actual obsidian blade will cut the shit out of someone.
Yeah, but it would also snap in two the
fragile.
second that you did anything to it, so...
Alright, well, as she's holding it in front of her, I just want to grab at the hilt.
Yeah, and it's like rotting leather in your hands when you pick it.
Alright, yeah, I'll... Do we want to do it here or go back out?
Whatever suits. We're right next to a door if you wish to push through, but if you wish to go back to the entrance for some rest, sure.
Yeah, I came this far. Why not?
I'm just getting a bit worried that we came in here not really looking for anything more, just out of chance, out of seeing something that looked like it may have been somewhere that Trike would have gone.
Richter, you do know that the loaf that tries to twist its own fate is in fact a pretzel.
That is true. That is true.
I would love to take that advice, Dace, but when it comes to trying to find one of the only people that have cared for me, I don't really need sayings.
I'm here for you, whatever you want to do, Richter. If you want to go forward, we will go forward. If you want to rest, we will rest.
I hate being the one who has to decide shit.
I still have a fair amount of spells. I can help in multiple ways. It is you. We're here for you. And if you want to keep going, we will keep going with you.
All right, Matt, so there's nothing in here that makes me think Trike would have come in? Like, I haven't seen anything that, like, would have little footprints or anything like that, because if I remember at the campsite, it seems like someone had been there not like that day, but recently.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Now Richter's gonna look at everyone and just say, "I think we came here to find Trake, and I think we're getting off the path. That's my opinion."
Well, there are other doors we can check.
Or we can head back up and try and find the path again. Either one.
If we could go back out for even just a moment, and if there's any more tracks that would lead anywhere else, then we can come back in if there isn't, I believe.
I'm pretty good at looking at tracks. I can try and help.
Well, I'm not good at all at finding tracks. I think Dace would be pretty good at tracking.
I'm +6 in survival, so I'm also pretty good at tracking.
Oh yeah, I'm a whiz at that.
So can we head back out real quick to look for where the tracks were leading?
I will save you the effort of doing that, just in that the tracks stopped outside the temple. But there wasn't like they didn't. You followed them to where you were, and essentially outside of the temple, they stopped.
Okay.
They didn't go. You didn't see them like leading towards anything in particular.
They
It's
just
that
stopped as in disappeared. No further progress going left, right, up, down, struggle.
Well, it could be up, because if
Flying.
went up.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
about to say. It's
All right.
it's either up or somebody carried him.
Well, somebody
So-
carried him that was also not making prints.
Or Earth mode.
Exactly. So it
And,
has
and
to
Richter,
be
you would
up.
know that.
Can he fly?
Yes, he does know how to fly.
Are there spells that can remove tracks? If someone carried him away and
I
made it
believe
so.
there are certain arcane objects, or maybe a spell, but I don't know if it would work to perfection.
Well, I mean, we could try that other stairs that go down. Maybe there are some signs at least there.
Maybe he came in from the top somehow and made his way down. And yes, pass without a trace on. I've heard that some rangers can do that. I have a lot of friends back home that are rangers, and they can go off into the woods, and then you just don't even see anything. It's kind of crazy. It's weird. You can't track them. They hide themselves very well. I don't know if your friend can do that, but either that or he went up. I'm not sure why he would have gone up though, but it is.
He could have
definitely
seen something that scared him and he tried to get away.
Well, then maybe there's hope. Maybe there's something here that we just haven't seen
Alright.
yet.
So Matt, with the tracks you were saying, it just pretty much led to the opening where the temple was, right? It wasn't that it led up to the temple. It was like
Essentially,
to the
there was-
locate
there-
the area.
There's a bit of a clearing where the temple was, and the tracks led you to the clearing, but you didn't see the tracks like specifically walk up to any particular
so-
part of the temple.
Okay, so it wasn't like the tracks went to the hole and okay.
No.
Then all right. Well, I can either go back outside and fly myself and just try to look around, or we just continue on.
You can also put fly in my ring, and
I could just cast it on you.
fly. Okay. I have a couple open spots in my ring that I could blow, and
I thought
could
you had
do
a
some
level.
different things.
This is completely out of character. I thought you had like a revivify in there.
Oh, I always have a revenge.
Yeah, so you can't put another level 3 spell in then. Oh wait, it's fly's level 2.
Yeah,
No, fly's level 3.
2.
Fly's level
No,
3.
you put. Oh. Okay, fly's level 3.
Yeah. All right. No. But yeah. So Astrid, are you still able to do ascending at this moment?
Yes, I believe so.
I can
Well-
also do sending.
Well, I wouldn't say use it yet, but perhaps when we sit down to rest, when we know we're going to be resting for a while, if one of you could try to get in touch. Well, I don't think Zamine's ever met Trike, has she?
I've never met Trike,
Yeah.
but I could try sending based on your description and ask
that-
knowledge.
I'm not sure if you would want to attempt wasting a spell if I know him personally already.
Oh,
Well-
okay.
Well,
That makes sense.
don't if it comes down to it, obviously, and you need to use that ability, use it to help someone or something other than don't save it just until we rest.
Okay.
And Richter's gonna look extremely fucking worried, but go up towards the next door then, and just check for traps, all that kind of stuff, and afterwards let Layla's go on through if nothing's there.
All right, with the 23, you actually find two things. You notice that behind the statue, there appears to be a door as well.
Ooh. I'll point that out to Layla. I'll point it out to everyone, and I'll just like tell everyone to clear out of the way, and ask Layla if he can just try to push the statue forward to like make it fall down, so we could get behind it.
Very well, I shall go statue smashing in a temple. What can go wrong?
If it's a temple or a statue of Char, it deserves to be destroyed.
Remember, both I and Astrid can help you with that.
I just told him because it was top heavy.
If you wish to help me literally tip it over, be my guest.
Astrid, you're the stronger of the two of us, so
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah, you push it over. It hits the wall across from it and breaks a bit. So now there's sort of debris. You'd have to climb. Well, Zameen and Dace would have to climb over now to get to the other side. But
Rough terrain.
you do see a bit of a passageway behind it.
Well, before we go through that, what was the other thing I saw? You said two things.
Well, just that the doors in front of you
Oh.
are not locked were.
Okay. Well, do we want to check the hidden passage first?
I suppose might as well.
All right. Then yeah, you said this is a door as well. I'll just try to open it.
So you can see that the again, there's water all over this, and the passage itself is pretty narrow, and it is about only 5 feet tall. So Lalith is gonna have to bend down.
The fucking crawl.
I'm getting
Me
used
too,
to it.
'cause- Me too, because I'm 5'8", I think.
You said it's how tall?
It's 5 feet tall.
Yeah,
Oh, so I guess we're all bending over.
I'm hunched over. All right.
My shield is barely fitting through here.
As I get to the end, can I like just hold a hand up to everyone to stop and like try to listen to see if I hear anything?
Yep, do a perception check. Don't hear anything. And that's something that you haven't really heard anything much at all, aside from running water. You haven't really heard much of anything.
And I'll walk in. It looks like there's another door, and the hallway goes down further. I can't see where the hallway ends.
There's a door right in front of us too.
That's the one I mean. This one, and then the hall goes down
There's
further.
another set of doors down here. Set of doors down here, Gancho.
Matt, and it looks like the water's running out of here. I'm assuming because there's a pool of it up here.
Actually, the water in this little pool appears to be dripping from the ceiling, and it actually is running under the door.
Okay, so it goes down.
It's running down that way.
All right. Yeah, I'll just continue the tried and true. Look for any sort of traps here, and let Layla get through.
No traps.
Door kicker.
Achievement unlocked.
It's a room with water.
Does the water look deep?
Ladies first.
It's probably about. I mean, you can't see the bottom from where you're standing, so.
I'm gonna take one step back and just say, Layla, just in case, be prepared. And I'm gonna show him the coin that and just like motion that I'm gonna throw it in.
Go ahead.
I'll cast light on the coin and toss it in again, and just see how long it takes to settle at the bottom.
I can cast water walk on all of us.
I'm more interested if something's underneath there.
And how deep it is.
If we need to get over it, that'd be great. But I don't want to be walking on it and have something pull us down still.
And actually, I think I can just cast water walk on me. So maybe not all of us, but
So as you put it down there, best you as an estimation, you would guess it's probably about 4 or 5 feet deep.
Okay. No sort of movement or anything when it goes in?
Nope.
Can we see anything on the bottom, or is it kind of just like murky?
Yep. Murky and muddy.
Well, no need for everyone to get wet. I can go check the next door and
Well,
just see what's going on.
isn't there another room to the north?
But you can check there first.
I'm gonna walk up here just to
Seems,
see if I can hear anything.
yeah, it seems a bit more prudent.
As Dace is like looking around or listening, I'm gonna just check for any sort of traps and stuff.
You hear what appears to be more water across the or on the other side of the door. Doesn't appear to be trapped or locked.
I back up a bit.
Sounds like more water in there.
And open sesame. Definitely more water. I believe.
So as you're in this room, you all actually do start to hear what appears to be a faint sound. It almost sounds like singing, but not quite, and it's not in a language that you really understand. And you see, Dace, as you're looking over the water, you see what appears to be an image of a woman.
Cover your ears. Cover your ears. And she just like shouts, cover her ears, because she's grown up around the water and she's heard these stories. And so she just shouts out, if she can, to everybody, cover your ears.
As you were saying that.
As I was saying, the image sort of like appears, and it appears to be this sort of golden-haired woman, and it just slowly sort of just fades away, and as does the sound.
I jump into the water.
Dace!
There was someone in there. She may be in trouble.
No, they're not in trouble. They are trying to get you to get in the water. Get out. And I just like walk up and I cast, oh Jesus Christ. Okay, I cover my ears and I try and cast water rock on him. It's not gonna work. I'm just gonna stand here and try and get him out.
Well, while that's
I'm looking
happening,
around.
Richter, what do you think? Do you reckon that door might be connected to the main room?
Possibly. We came down. Well, they were both down sets of stairs, so it's possible. I really wish that we didn't scare whatever that was away, because I would be able to comprehend its language and know what it was saying.
That, and if Dace didn't jump into the water.
I'm gonna cast guidance on
I
Dace.
didn't scare her away by jumping in the water. She went away before that.
I'm gonna cast
Pretty
guidance.
lady, where are you? Pretty lady. I'm
The
just.
water's pretty deep, so you do have to. You are currently swimming, but you don't see anything.
How deep does it seem?
Can I even hit him with guidance?
No.
That's
Unless you're in
touch.
water.
Okay.
Can I hit him with a fishing
No.
rod?
You can't. From where you are, Dace, you can't feel the bottom, so it's.
It's pretty deep in here.
Dace, I love you, but you're an idiot. Get out of the water. I was raised around water and I've heard of these things. Get out of the water. Let us at least try and help you before you freaking get hurt.
I mean, if you're talking about sirens or the such, we're not near actual water. We're not near anything
I'm-
like the
I'm
ocean or
talking-
lakes.
I'm talking about mermaids.
I don't think they would live in a puddle.
Hey, maybe they do. We're in a magical place. I don't know. There's freaking vampires in here, man.
Didn't we have some potions of water breathing at some stage?
I don't know.
It could be a fey entity or something. I don't know. It could be something crazy.
We're
I
in
just
a
know-
undisturbed temple so far. It more than likely was just a spirit.
Well, yeah, that's possible. It's just
Dace,
I
do an investigation
worry.
check while you're swimming.
and freaking Dace is out there just swimming like a crazy person.
Good enough.
Oh my god, Dace.
There are other numbers than 1s and 20s.
Go home or go big. Might as well touch both ends of the rod. Start and the finish.
So
Yeah,
you dive down, you're swimming, and so you do you about 12 feet deep, best you can tell. and you actually find a bit of treasure at the bottom of this water. Actually, you find a number of things. So he's just going to come up with just handfuls of stuff. You find a crystal scroll case. It's pretty nice. I mean, as opposed to the normal leather-bound ones that you would normally find, this is made of crystal. It does appear that there at one point was possibly a scroll in there that is now completely destroyed because it was underwater. You find what appears to be a small little silver idol. Looks very similar to the statue that you destroyed. You also find a little bottle, appears to be a potion. And you find another 2 golden statues that look like they are depicting the same person as the statue and the other idol.
It,
Probably takes you two, maybe 3 trips to grab all that stuff.
Right.
You also notice that there is right along the wall here, over to the door. There appears to be a bit of a ledge, essentially, where the water is probably only about 2 feet deep.
Yeah, as I bring it all up, I swim over to the other side and I just stand up over on here. It's like, hey, come on, guys.
Wait, there's another door over here to check first, and don't you want to know what you found?
Oh, I know what I found. Found a bunch of pretty stuff. Brought it all up. Some interesting scrolls. Looked like a bottle of some sort. Some crystal. Bunch of neat little things.
Matt, can I real quick look at this and see if it looks like a familiar door that we've seen before? Like shape and size-wise?
I mean, it's hard to tell. All the doors in this place look pretty similar.
I'm gonna ask Liz just to pop it open quick, just to see if his theory is correct.
Abracadabra.
His theory is correct.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to the crystal scroll case, and can I try to cast mending on the scroll inside, just out of pure chance?
You can try.
I'm gonna try.
Nothing happened.
Shit.
It's basically just a watery pulp at this point. Like if you take like a old like cardboard cereal box or something and get it wet, it just turns into nothing.
Okay. All right. Who's carrying Dace? Do you want this for papers?
Papers.
Yeah. Look, you see, and I'll open it up and show him what used to be inside, and I'll just like dump it out and rinse it off with some of the water, and just say it's used to keep scrolls in.
Oh, yeah, that I can use. I don't need anybody's leftover toilet paper.
Yeah, I'll finish rinsing it out and hand it to him.
Okay. It's a nice little crystal scroll case, probably worth about 25 gold.
And can I'll look to Dace and I'll say, can I take a look at any of those little figure statues you found?
Sure, man. Help yourself.
Can I just look at them and see if there's anything special about them?
I didn't see you down there, though. Pretty lady, I'm sorry I couldn't find you or help you.
They both appear to be again depicting the same thing, which is they're probably 2 golden statues of Char and a silver idol of Char. The idol appears to be a bit damaged, silver being a softer metal. Doesn't appear to be in very good shape. The gold ones both look pretty decent. From what you could, I mean, I don't know that any of you guys actually have the skill, but you're adventurers. You've sold and bought a bunch of stuff, so you'd figure that just the weight and what they're made of, the silver's probably worth about 15 gold, and the 2 statues together is probably about 100 gold worth of gold. 100 gold pieces worth of gold.
I would usually try to cast Mending on the statue, but fuck Char. In the potion, does it look like anything any of us have seen or used?
I don't believe so, no.
I could cast Identify on it, although that will take 10 minutes.
Ace is going to grab the statues and just set them off to the side over here, respectfully. You're not mine. Don't really care, but I ain't gonna chance it.
I would like to melt them down so they're no longer in this image, but if you wish to leave them here, you found them.
I can try and firebolt them into melting.
We would need a forge or smelting material, or a smelter.
As you said, no, I found them. Just leave them be. They're not harming anyone. They didn't hurt me.
I can try and smash them. We can try and smash them.
As much as I would love to, Dace is the one who found them.
Alright.
So,
Well,
if we don't wish to spend time checking out every single object, that still leaves us with 3 possible doors to go through, if we wish to continue for now.
Alright, well, I guess let's go look through this room, since...
We can all walk
here?
on water.
I
It's
can't.
about 2 feet deep, so you don't. It doesn't. Your boots are gonna get wet, but most of you are already pretty much. Your boots are already wet from walking.
I'm already soaking.
Oh, I just stepped through the wall.
Alright.
Okay.
And since this is more single file, I'll just look for any sort of traps or anything and open the door myself.
And there's not. So
Okay. If you want to use my passive investigation, it's a 23.
yeah. So
Just for like doors and traps. I'll look for traps and stuff on doors. I'll look in hallways and stuff with rolls or whatever you want. Alright. I see another set of stairs. And another set of doors. So, I'll check these ones again and then give Laylath the information, if they're good or not.
most of the doors that you've seen are made of wood, and you don't really even need to do any like specific checks for most of these doors because they are all pretty rotted. So it's pretty obvious that there are no traps.
Okay.
Then, yep, just gonna start kicking doors open then at this stage.
Long hallway over here. Dace, you want to take a look down? You could see much further.
Sure. I start walking down. I pull my pole out and like a blind man.
So as you all enter this room, I'll give you a little info here. The hall is about 20 feet wide, and there does appear to be some rubble along the sides, and all along these gigantic wall are more frescoes, more depictions all over these walls, and you can see that there does appear to be a few scenes of battle. And there appears to be a number of runes on the walls underneath, sort of depicting or describing sort of what the depictions are. One thing that you do notice right away is that they do actually appear to be written in different languages, which seems a bit odd. But most of you, like, I'm pretty sure that you guys do. Most of you would recognize at least one of the languages, because I think all of you speak Elven. And there do appear to be some elven runes.
Are there
Ash-
any ones we don't understand?
I think Astrid speaks Draconic.
I do
I
as well.
speak Draconic as well.
Okay, so then you guys also recognize Draconic.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and read everything.
So you see a number of different depictions again. You do see what appears to be a battle of between, again, from what you've seen, it appears to be a fight between Char and Saloon. And that's what the elven runes actually do state. It says the Char's conquest of Saloon is what it says in Elven. The only thing that you find in Draconic is actually you see what appears to be, you see two sort of images that it's hard to tell, because again, when you're talking about frescoes, when you're talking about like pictographs, essentially, like they're trying to explain different events in images. So in one image you see what appears to be a black dragon, and then in a subsequent picture what it appears to be showing this black dragon morphing into something else. And I'm trying to think what I could have you guys roll for to see if you would know what it is.
History?
I would say nature, maybe it's a dragon. Arcana.
Do nature or history, whichever one you're better at. Everybody can do it.
Nature or
Does
history?
anyone want to assist me on history? Because I'm good at both of these.
I get a 1 in both.
Me and Astrid got
Yeah.
the same, but she didn't need any help.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I have a 0 in both.
Dace is like, that's a pretty rock over there. So with a history, you would the 24 is Richter and Astrid. You see that this what appears to be almost a skeletal dragon, and you would recognize this as essentially what it's a Dracolich. It is an undead dragon. And you would, in Draconic, it says essentially, because again, it's a rough translation, because Draconic doesn't. It's not a one-to-one sort of translation to Common, but basically it is depicting Dragotha, the Death Dragon, and mentioning him as a. It's not. It doesn't quite say servant, but it doesn't quite say. I guess the best way that you could determine it would be describing Dragotha as an ally of Char.
Okay. Do either of us know anything about Dragotha?
Astrid actually just recently heard that name.
Yeah, it's the dragon that my brother spotted on Isira.
Up north.
Dragotha in Isildur was actually spotted in the south.
Okay. And is that also on the list we have?
It is.
Okay.
Dragotha is known as the Death Dragon, but Dragotha is in fact a Dracolich, and is in fact an undead dragon.
Yay!
So, Richter's going to look to Astrid and say, well, you may be able to tell your brother why we believe that dragon is up there if he's an ally to Char, and there are other known vampires plotting up there. They might be in for some nasty surprises.
Yeah, it might be working with I forget her name.
Silas and I want to say it started with like a V.
Delilah.
No, no, no.
Maria. Anna Maria.
Remember it.
Anna
Delilah
Maria.
was Silas's wife.
I was gonna say Annabelle, and I was like, that's a crystal.
And we still need to find out what role Malcolm plays in this.
If he
with-
plays a role, I mean, he was stuck under there for 200 years. Or however
Exactly.
long.
He could be with us or against us, depending on
He's
how
against
we're
us.
calling him.
He pissed someone off to be put there.
Yeah, that is true. But the person who had him entranced entrapped was using him, so possibly we could use him as well.
As they're talking about that, Richter just walks around and starts looking at the end of this hallway and seeing if there's anything out of place.
Do investigation. You think that the end of this hallway is trapped.
Oh, like, okay. We think, alright, so I will tell everyone to back the hell up. It doesn't look like it leads anywhere?
Nope.
Alright, yeah. Richter will just say, okay,
So basically, these two spaces over here, right next to you, and the ones in the corners there, so they both appear to be
like a natural trap or an arcane trap?
a natural.
Okay. I'll tell everyone to please back up, and we could try throwing rocks to let the traps off in case, so the next person won't get hurt. But I don't think there's going to be many people coming here, so I say we just walk away.
Yeah, that seems fine as well.
I would say that you have a pretty good idea that they look like there's essentially pressure plates. That's what they look. The traps with the you've seen.
Oh.
Some, but you would also figure with a 20 that, given the structure of those and where they are, and given the fact that there's nowhere to get out of the way once you step on them, that it's probably just not worth it.
Yeah. All right. So I think there's only one way left we can go now.
2.
Actually, with a 20 investigation as well, I'll also give you that there appears to be I'm switching layers. There appears to be a wall, a secret door right up here.
Oh.
3 then.
All right, then. If it's a door, I will try to open it. All right. Can I look at this thing on the wall? Make sure it's not gonna shoot any nastiness out.
Yeah, give me a second here. Okay, so in this particular hallway, you see that the ceiling is quite high, actually, and those little things that you see on the wall there, they're actually little sculptures. They appear to be more sculptures of Char, the best that you can tell. They're about 6 feet above the floor, and it's about 2 feet wide. Each of these little statues there. That's all you can see from where you're standing.
They don't look. Ooh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think the question is, would your friend have gone all this way?
Yes.
If it was
I genuinely believe he would, right, Matt? From what you've told me, his description is. Like, I would think he would go until he found something worth bringing back and studying.
Yeah. I mean, he would come here in a place like this to begin with without being a little bit crazy. And he's not just going to come down here and then be like, oh, well, I'm out of here.
I'm a little bit scared, so I'm going to leave. Yeah. I'll look to Zameen. I'll just he's a stubborn old gnome. If he doesn't find what he's looking for, he will not just stop looking.
I guess we just keep going then.
There's a couple of hallways down there.
I'll look around this one. Another hallway going up around a corner.
And there's another one at the far end. Looks like a couple of statues down there on the end, though.
Alright, well, I always think look at the first place you see first, just because nothing could creep up behind you that way. There's another hall, and then I'll call Dace up and tell him that there's another long hallway I can't see down. As he runs into a wall.
Yeah, teleported. Yeah. It turns to the left. Pull up my stick and I just start walking. Tapping out like a blind man. Ah. A pit?
Yes, you see a pit. And you see a stone, sort of triangular stone pillar on the opposite side of it.
It doesn't look like there's any way by this pillar.
Not that you can tell, no.
Are there any markings?
Nope.
Maybe you gotta insert a coin.
Really big coin, just drop it down in there.
Maybe we insert a
insert
Dace.
coin for the human pinball machine.
I think we go the other way. That doesn't appear. And this looks like there's no wear and tear on the pillar, right? It doesn't look like it's something we could knock over.
You can see that there are some scratches all along the floor and the ceiling.
Could I parkour across to have a closer look at that triangle?
Do an acrobatics check.
And as soon as he fails, I would like to catch him.
Yeah, you can jump over to that one spot there.
So yeah, I guess I'll look around, look up, look down.
All right, do an investigation check.
I could also poof Neil to the other side of this pillar.
Be nice to know what's behind it.
I mean, obviously we can see through right here and up top, but can we actually see that?
Probably a little bit. And again, you can see scratches on the ground and scratches on the ceiling as well. It looks like this thing moves. Even though you've got a 6 on that, because everybody's standing there, the pit itself is only about 10 feet deep, and you can see that there are a bunch of skeletons at the bottom of it.
Oof. Hey Astrid, maybe you send your little birdie friend over.
Yeah, I could do that.
It looks like it could it's not that far.
Wait, Matt, you said this thing moves?
It looks like it. I mean, given what you could tell, like, because of the scratches, like that old, like, that, cliched sort of thing, like, oh, look, there's scratches on the bookshelf. It looks like it's, it moves.
Okay, the skeletons down here, do they appear to be armed or geared up at all?
Nope. Just
Like, there's not weapons?
Nope, just straight humanoid skeletons.
Richter's gonna look and say, it seems as if that moves, I was thinking perhaps it's a defense mechanism where it could push a group of people in a hallway down into this pit.
Looks more like it spins. That is what it looks like to me, right? Maybe.
It looks like if you were to, like, push on it, it would go this way. Like, like if you pushed here, it would go. or if you push this direction, it would sort of like come down.
Alright, as my weak little scrawny butt is going to try and push up. Push it counterclockwise, since I'm already here. Where are you? Guess it would be athletics.
Probably be strength if you're actually
Yeah.
physically moving something.
Yeah, your call.
I mean, you could do athletics in that. I guess you could. You have enough room, I would say, that you could essentially put your back against
Feet
the
up.
wall and then put your feet up and push on it, which would probably be more advantageous for a monk.
Yeah, I'll give that a try.
You can use athletics for that. Yeah, it slides open, even though the depiction of it is sort of odd. It doesn't look like it would actually let you go through, but as you push on it, it does slide. It actually it ends up being a little bit easier than you thought it was going to be, and you all could freely move past it now.
I'm gonna
You do
wait
have-
here.
You do have to go through the bottom side. Not that it really makes any difference, but technically, if we're being, you would have to wear daces. You have to go through that the bottom part.
Can I do acrobatics, or do we all have to try to jump over?
I mean, I'm going to assume that everybody can jump 5 feet without
Okay.
too much problem.
I'll ask Dace once we're all over here if he sees anything down the end.
Yep, I pull out my trusty stick. Tap, tap, tap like a blind man. And I'm gonna scroll over. Ah! It turns again! There's a door!
I'll look for traps and such, and if it doesn't look like one of those doors, I'm gonna back up for Lilith.
Right. Second. I swear I have to go through like so many different freaking layers on this. I wish there was a way to like be on a token layer and still adjust the dynamic lighting at the same time.
That would be too easy.
All right. So it is not trapped. It is not locked. So
I
you're
would-
gonna open the door.
Yep, I'm going to boot it open.
You're gonna boot it open, and then everybody's gonna roll for initiative.
What in the fuck? That doesn't look fun.
No, it is fun, especially if you make clothes out of it.
Well, I'll see you guys next week with that free.
I'm right there with you.
Yep.
Yep.
Welcome to the
Come
party,
on, Dace.
guys.
There we go, Dace.
Roll 20.
I think. Wait, hold on. Yeah, all of us added together don't equal you.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, we're in the temple that we don't like, so I might as well just start kicking doors in.
Oh my god, roll 20. You are so friggin' terrible. It won't open up the.
Character sheet.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun.
Well, you may just win because I can't even pull up the.
He has a heart attack and dies.
I have that effect on monsters.
This is I may actually have to do this
With die.
just with dice, and then 'cause I don't want to like sit here forever. I really don't want to start roll 20 either.
You gotta close and reopen everything. That sucks.
Exactly. So I was able to open up other character sheets, and now I can't open anything at all. Before it was just this thing, and now it's everything. Alright, I actually am going to have to restart. So, if anybody needs to take a break, get a drink, go to the bathroom, we'll take a quick break while hopefully Roll20 works.
Sounds good.
Alright, it actually pulled up the character sheet. Amazing!
Nice.
Of course, it loaded me into a completely different map. Does that make sense?
We can't have everything.
Hell, we are. So, Dace, you are up. If everybody's back.
I'm here.
Yep.
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 Dace is muted. I don't know if he's here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. Of course, I gotta move past him. Let's- I will run in. And I am going to try and give it a good solid whack to the face. Draw its attention. It's 5. 20. Okay. Where are you? There you are.
17 hits.
Okay, that's 1 attack. 2. And then I am going to spend a key point. And let's Hail Mary. Key for a flurry of blows.
Okay.
It's a DC 15.
All right. So yeah, you run in, you start punching it, and then as you make your final to try and knock him down, you notice that it moves super quick out of the way, and it kind of catches you by surprise how actually quick it seemed to move. So it does not get knocked down.
Yeah, explains
Last
why I
hit.
missed the second time.
Yeah.
But I will continue moving to make it as I'm hitting it, moving around to get it to face me this way. And just nee.
All right. It is the creature's turn. So since you ran in
And I will spend a patient defense. So, yeah, that's 2 key points.
Okay. All right, so it is going to whip at you with the tentacles on its back there. It's going to attack twice. The first attack is 24 to hit.
Ouch.
And the tentacles have a bit of a like stingers on the end of them. So as it smacks into you, you take damage from the impact plus the sort of piercing effect. You believe it or not, this was actually bad rolls, but you take total 24 points of damage. 13 bludgeoning as it smacks into you, and then 11 piercing damage.
Oof.
And then it's going to try to attack you again.
Well,
Holy
hot
crap.
damn.
Just remember, it's at disadvantage. Patient defense.
Which is good, because I rolled a crit and then rolled a 16 to hit.
Oh, thank God.
So, Richter, it is your turn.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take a step over into this corner. And, I mean, he's coming up soon, so as I walk by Lilith, I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder and just cast haste on him real quick.
Okay.
And then get in the corner, having my staff out, and just waiting to see if anything happens.
Sabine, it is your turn.
To save my spells, I'm gonna try and walk around Layla. And I'm going to get up into his space, and I am just going to hit him.
All right. So on this, you're actually going to be rolling at disadvantage. When you attempt to attack him, you notice that it appears that it almost blurs, and there's almost two of them there, and so when you swing, you're not entirely certain which one to swing at, and
But I am flanking. So doesn't that cancel it out?
this is not really a
Yeah, I know. It's an illusion effect.
yeah, it's a magical effect, so flanking isn't really going to help. So 16 misses.
Okay, then I will bring forth my spiritual weapon.
In fact, actually, Dace, you should have been rolling disadvantage on all of your attacks for this as well, but I missed that. So
I kind of figured you were doing it.
And I miss him with my spiritual weapon as well.
You hit Dace instead.
But it's still out.
but
so...
there's your spiritual weapon.
Damn it, Cletus.
Astrid, you are up.
Okay. Take a step forward.
Oh, I guess I should with my my physical movement. I'd probably move.
I'm just gonna move Astrid in just to see where Maggie is. Move
Here.
Maggie there. Yeah, that's what I meant. Here. And
A Baylor appears.
Back.
she will cast yeah, second level healing word on Dace, as well as Toll the Dead on the thingy.
And it fails. And it
Big
is
4
injured.
points.
And so it takes
Yeah.
It's so weird how you can do so much less damage either way.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
so goofy.
I just roll the things at the same time, so technically
Yeah.
you wouldn't see the 9.
Right. Are you gonna move or do anything else?
Nah, she'll just sit right there.
All right. Well, if you were up.
Okay, I shall move into flanking, which I'm guessing is there. Does it still have the blur effect?
It does.
So would that just make it straight or still disadvantage?
I think that given what it's doing, it would be everybody's gonna have disadvantage just straight off. There's no way to gain advantage against it, therefore making it a straight roll.
Unless it had guiding bolt on it.
Or if per se I used one of my fighting spirits to gain advantage?
This is the way that I'm going to play this creature, and this is metagame, just telling you how it works, which I shouldn't be doing, but everybody's going to have disadvantage. If you hit it with disadvantage, it will lose its ability to do this.
Yeah, and I know that on these creatures, guiding bolt does make it more, does give advantage on other hits, depending. I mean, if you're playing it the same way that, you know, we see Critical Role, then guiding bolt would give advantage on the next hit for it, even if it was using blur, because then it would disaffect its blur.
Okay, if
But
that's
that's up to you.
It has an ability called displacement. That's what it is. It's not blur. So
Yeah,
if you hit it with
it's
if you hit it with disadvantage, it loses its ability to use displacement,
okay.
which means that you'll
I
then
just
be
know-
able to hit it
I
normally.
just know in the past, if you hit it with guiding bolt, it loses its displacement. But I don't know if you're playing it that way.
That's just a
his
GM rule because there is no specific thing stating that. So
Okay.
well, does 15 hit?
15 does not hit.
Okay, now for the hasted attack. So 2 more to try and hit it.
Yes, 20 hits. So now to the end of its next turn, it can't. You all have regular or advantage against it.
Okay.
The
So
16
you're kind of
is-
using it like it's a cloak.
Essentially, what it means is that I'll read it exactly how it's written. This projects a magical illusion that makes it appear to be standing near its actual location, causing attack rolls against it to have disadvantage. If it is hit by an attack, this trait is disrupted until the end of its next turn. This trait is also disrupted while it is incapacitated or it has a speed of 0. So from my point of view, if you hit it with disadvantage, it loses its ability until the next turn, end of its next turn.
And the
And
16
what are-
doesn't hit, does it?
16 does not hit.
And what are your thoughts on guiding bolt?
It's still hitting it, so it would be the same thing. If you, he just said if it takes damage, pretty much, it loses it until the end of its next turn.
Yeah, and guiding bolt gives advantage. Okay. So,
And like magic missiles would work because magic missiles doesn't miss.
yeah.
Right. So this counter is not working properly, but this is the second round now. And Dace, you're up. And it does not have you don't have disadvantage. So you would technically have advantage because it is you're flanking with Lilith. And you still miss twice.
Ah. Hail Mary, Mother of God.
All right, that hit. 12. And a deck save. It is a 19. These things are quick.
Where is that? Hail Mary, Mother of God.
Are you doing move at all?
I will stay put, but spend the key. Patient defense.
Right.
Miss the 2, and then I'm basically finally get it on its keister enough to get its attention.
All right, it is going to attack Lilith. A 24 to hit.
Yes, 22.
Right. So you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage plus 16 points of piercing damage. So 29 total.
Perfect.
And then it was a crit, 26 to hit. And so you take 24 points total. And I'm going to move.
It's disappeared off my sheet.
And its ability is back, so any attacks against the disadvantage.
Yeah, sorry, just ignore that. Else, my actual hitbox on my sheet has disappeared.
Are you saying that Roll20 is not working properly? I don't believe you.
Never.
Alright, Rick, you up.
All right, Matt. Just kind of standing back and watching what's happening. Since I only casted haste last round, am I kind of seeing once it gets hit, it loses the blur type stuff, or would that not be something I would notice because I'm not up next to it?
I think it's big enough. It's obvious that it's you could see multiple ones, and then when Lalith hit it, it stopped, and you could see exactly where it was.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna do my best to just hit it with something. So I'm gonna go ahead and use Scorching Ray. So they'll all three be at disadvantage unless I hit. 13 miss. 12 miss. 13 miss. So yep. So Richard's gonna be like, sorry, and that's my turn.
What do you mean you're up?
Huh. It is within. But that would be risky. I'm trying to save my spells, so I'm just gonna try and hit it.
10 does not hit.
Yep, and I don't get a second hit. 'Cause I'm...
15 would have hit. Wouldn't have hit anyway.
Well, you do get your spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
I
use
do
your
get my
spells.
spiritual
Yep.
weapon. Sorry, it's freezing.
Are you saying that roll 20 doesn't work?
I'm not gonna put up with much more of this roll 20 negativity.
Oh man. 16 just misses.
Okay, that's my round.
Alright, Astrid, you're up.
Yeah.
Okay, Astrid will. Yeah, she'll move there and cast Bless on Lalith, Zameen, and Dace. And then with the spell bonus action, she can go up to second level because she casts the first level spell.
No.
I don't remember the limit on it.
It's
Now it's just a bonus action.
it's a cantrip because
Cantrip.
you didn't have the level 8
Oh,
spell
yeah.
whatever thing.
And you're not going to take it because you're going to take the hit points. Yeah, Spell Slinger is the feat at level 8 that allows you to cast multiple
Okay,
higher level
well,
spells.
now the people fighting the beast right beside it have Bless.
Right?
And that's her turn.
You're not gonna ring your bell?
That's not a bonus action.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The healing word was the bonus action. Shit.
Okay, so I am going to burn a fighting spirit just for the temporary hit points. And I shall take my first strike.
And if you want to use the D4, you have it now.
Oh, it said at advantage, so the best I could get is a 16, which wouldn't hit. So, attack number 2.
Well,
Ooh, you could get it this time.
15 barely hit. Or
So,
it
an
did hit,
18.
but 16.
18 does hit, yep.
Okay.
And with my hasted attack at advantage now.
Yep.
For my bonus action, I am going to second wind, and that'll be my turn.
Alright, Dace, you're up.
Alright, rinse, repeat. I don't think a 17 would hit.
No, 21, because you have advantage now.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Because Lalith hit it, so it doesn't have the...
Okay.
So it's
Alright,
4.
so
Because I can do my job as a fighter.
The one thing that you do, right? So 26 hits.
And Hail Mary.
Eight. Dex save. Another 19. So you do a lot of damage, but doesn't knock it down.
One of these days, he'll get it.
Ah, shit.
Turn. And since Lalith keeps knocking it out of its ability, it's going to attack him again.
Yay!
14, so I miss. And 18.
Miss.
Miss. Richter, you are up.
Well, I am completely tapped out of everything except first level spells, so I'm going to go ahead and magic missile it for 8 damage. And since I don't roll to hit it, I don't know if you're going to say it loses its thing, because I don't have to roll to attack.
Yeah, I'll say that it looses it because you can't miss. So.
Okay. That works for me.
Zameen, you're up, and you have... Well, you don't have advantage, but you have straight rolls.
Does anyone around me look hurt?
Lalith's not looking great, I suppose. I mean,
I'm fine.
relatively speaking.
I can still healing word with one bonus action and then attack with my mace.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna healing word. Sorry, I'm not a great cleric.
Towards who?
Yep, you've got 5 points.
Who are you giving that to?
I think she said Layla.
Giving
Layla,
that
okay.
to Layla. Sorry, I'm not the best healer, but I can do this. And I'm gonna smack it with my war. Nope.
Nope.
I cannot do that either. Hold on. Can I do... Okay, question. Channel Divinity. Destructive Wrath. Is it just for spells?
Yes, it's for your... I think it specifically says thunder or lightning damage that you could max out.
Yeah. Okay, I may actually have to start spending my fucking spells. Because apparently I'm not great in melee or anything else. Next.
Astrid, you're up.
Okay, Astrid will... Yeah, 3rd level healing word. Dace. And then, Toll the Dead.
She's so peaceful.
Ooh, that'd be a lot of damage this time.
That's an ability that I didn't realize it had. It fails, so it takes 17 points of damage, and it is looking really, really rough.
Wait, no, come on. What do you mean that you didn't know it had that? You're gonna fuck us somehow.
No, it's basically if it is subjected to an effect that allows it to make a saving throw to take only half damage, it instead takes no damage if it succeeds,
Yeah.
and only half damage if it fails.
This thing is like a beefed up rogue.
Right.
It's a displacer beast.
Yeah.
what it
In other
does.
words,
It's a
my,
beefed up rogue.
my attacks.
Literally the best robe that Vax had was the displacer beast cloak.
With his wardrobe of cloaks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just like going down the street. With like
Astrid,
a whole
did you
like
want to do anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Lalith, you're up.
Okay, then I will do 4 attacks at advantage then.
Yeah, you can stop now. How do you want to do this?
yeah. please, because I've done crap.
I just want to keep slashing it up as much as possible.
Stabbing it as it falls.
You can't
All
dodge
right.
me now.
So that is
Can,
it.
as it falls, can I skin it after you?
You guys want to take the time to do it?
I'll assist her.
What would it be to skin it?
Nature.
Survival?
I have the
no, I think,
best
no, I think it would be
nature.
survival. I think survival's better.
Sure. I'll assist her.
The dice hate me. I have a +6. Like I said, every time I have something that's great, it fails.
Well, I assisted you, so you got a 22 out of it.
Yeah, that's something. I don't know how much that
I mean, this is a big
I-
creature, so it's going to take some time, and then you're going to have a gigantic, like, skin
Hide.
of this thing.
Yeah, we have a bag of holding. I don't know, and plus, even if you take it, you still have to have it, I think, enchanted to make it do something. But I'll take a little bit of it, whatever I can get off of it, and unless we want to move on. If everybody else wants to move on, then I'll just drop it and just take like some tea.
Can I just look around this room because it looks like there's a lot of debris and stuff?
Yep.
I'll ask Astrid to help me look around.
Yep.
You do find a bunch of debris, like you said. There's a bunch of like broken crystal. You find 3 large turquoises. I don't even know how you'd say that. Multiples of turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yes. You find 3 of those turquoise stones that are worth about 20 gold each.
How much gold?
20
20
each.
gold each. So 3 of them, so 60.
Yeah, 60 total. And you see a lot of refuse, and looks like the displacer beast was living here. So it's,
A lot of poop.
yeah, pretty much.
Alright. Yeah, I'll hand the gems to Layla because he has the bag of holding. And do we want to rest or do we want to continue on for a little while? Maybe find a safer, more clean place to rest.
I mean, I can still do some spells. I was trying to hold back that fight just in case we got into something bigger, but I'm not sure at this point if we get into something really big. I can't help the group
So
as
I say
much,
we
and
go until we could find us somewhere we could secure to rest.
okay.
That might be best. I don't have very many spells left at all either.
And as I'm like holding up a piece of flesh and Dace is like helping me, do we want to keep doing this, or how long do we want to do this? We can take what we've got now, or we can just stop.
It's up to you. I'm gonna just look at this door. If it's not trapped, I'm gonna pop it open quick.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Dace, let's just take what we've got. Okay.
It's not a poop covered hallway, so it's better.
I'll say if you want to mark it down, you've got we'll say you can get 5 teeth from the blister beast, and you can get about 5 pounds worth of hide, essentially.
Another couple doors. I'll do the same trap check and lock check, and if not, let Layla open it. Ooh, this looks interesting.
We found a bedroom.
Are these beds, or are they like? It looks like they might be like covered up bodies.
Yeah. So you see, these are over. Well, I'm not on the right layer because I'm looking for layers. All right. So these appear to be sort of like sideboards. These do appear to be tables with bodies covered. You can see that there are, again, in this room, there do appear to be, on the southern wall, like directly across from you, there you see another mural, and it looks very similar to the mural that you'd seen previously, where you can see this image of Char and then what appears to be Saloon and then some other man sort of kneeling before her.
Is it someone I recognize from books or pictures?
Yeah, that's my same question. I'm really worried that the man that's kneeling before her is actually the guy that we know.
You don't recognize the image.
Okay. Would we recognize the image from the book explanation of Astrid telling us about the whole like Whitestone incident, or is it
It's not.
really
It's not Silas Briarwood either.
I'm gonna look to Layla and say, well, I say we check these other two doors in here real quick, and if they're not leading to anything imminent danger, we could barricade ourselves in here and rest.
Seems fair.
Well, and at least if it goes bad, these people are dead. You've got two clerics with you that can turn undead.
You can see that in the center of the room as well. There are a few goblets and flasks there.
I'm gonna near the door.
Can I inspect to see if these things in the middle of the room are movable, so we could barricade the doors, or something that we could barricade the doors with, in case we decide to sleep in here?
I can barricade the top bigger door with the tiny hut.
Yeah,
Okay.
everything in the room, aside from this little table in the center, is pretty heavy stone. So you wouldn't be able to move it, and the little table in the middle wouldn't act there as a very good barricade.
Lilith, me, and Astrid couldn't move one of those?
They're basically, 1,000-pound stone slab, essentially. I mean, if you really want to push one across the room, you might be able to.
I'm not being funny with that one, but my push, drag, or lift is over 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I know we don't have a barbarian, but the three of us together could technically...
Oh, yeah, the
like,
whole Goliath
shove
thing. I
that
forgot about
thing.
that.
Not that we need to, just saying, that seems absurd that we couldn't.
Well, in reality, it also seems absurd that anybody could push 1,000 pounds, but, it's D&D.
True. We'll just stand behind him and put our hands on his butt, and we'll just push him forward. But no.
And clench.
Yeah, just give the good clinch, and we'll just, like...
Although, to be fair, though, those guys that, now, it's a little bit different because they use leverage, but, the world's strongest man, they, pull planes with a rope, but...
Yeah, Magnus for Magnuson. I'm sorry, I'm a huge fan of a lot of these guys. But...
Well, I'm pretty good friends with Derek Poundstone. I think the best he ever finished was second.
Yeah, he was second. More than once, I think, or second or third.
He's a cop like 2 towns over.
Yeah, he's amazing.
But yeah, Matt, this door over here, I'm gonna check for traps and stuff, and if not, I'm gonna just crack it open and look outside and see if it's anything terrible. I think this is where Dace said he saw statues.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna close the door. And
I mean,
Ask
it's closed.
Dace.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
put it back in the timing lighting.
and I'm gonna ask Dace to check that one, and then
Can I hear anything from that side?
Nope.
I'll sit down here and start.
Crack the door open and look. Yeah, there's another hallway.
So yeah, I'll just start ritually casting. Where the frick?
Now remember, everybody should technically be in it when you cast it.
Yeah. And it's a 10-foot radius around me, so I don't want it going through the door. So I'll like move this little table out of the way and cast it so it fits right in here.
I'll help him move the table out of the way.
So you're putting yourselves in the dead bodies in there with you.
No, can't I move the table then?
You can just move the dead bodies onto the things on the corner, on the sides of the room.
And Dace will move this body over here.
Well, I mean, they're skeletons, so you're gonna have to like scoop them. They're not gonna stay together when you try and.
But you can like wrap the.
Yeah,
cloth
just make it like a
around.
haversack and just
Respectfully.
Yeah. We can like gently place them otherwise.
carefully move the picnic basket.
Yes.
But yeah, so yeah, once they move it, I'll start casting, and after 10 minutes we'll have our tiny hut. And how long have we been in here? Like, I know we came in midday or so. Has it been a long time? Like, would it be nighttime, do we think?
I
Probably
literally
getting close
do
to it,
not
yeah.
know.
Okay.
And best you can tell.
All right.
Plus, we do have a few things that I think we want identifying.
Dace is gonna use the slab as a bed while we're resting.
All right. So, Astrid, do you still have ascending?
Oh, yes, I do. I have one more, I believe.
If you could just perhaps mention we found the temple to Char in it, perhaps it would make him more inclined to respond if he could.
Yes, okay. I will say, hi, Trike, it's Astrid. We are at the Temple of Char. Where are you? You can reply.
You do get a reply, and it's just 2 words: turn back.
Well, he replied, but he did not say where he was. All he said was turn back, and she looks at Richter.
Are we sure that was him? Is he not? Maybe he's influenced.
Matt, how well do I know him? Like, I mean, I know I spent a lot of time with him, but do I think he would be saying go away because he doesn't need help, or do I think he'd be saying it to try to keep us safe, or like what can I roll anything to see if I could get like his reasoning?
Do an insight check, just for fun.
Oh, not good at all.
This is a table.
From what you know of him, you would think it's probably the less of the I don't need your help and more of the save yourself type of scenario.
All right. Richter's gonna look back at Astrid and just say he's in trouble. He wouldn't tell us to leave unless there was danger. So he's in trouble, but he wouldn't ask for help.
Then all we have to do is keep searching, and I can set up another locate creature tomorrow morning after a longer rest.
I can also try to do the same thing. God, I wish my brother was here. He could ask nature where your friend was. And
If I look around, there's no real nature down here, is there?
but he would still know. He would still be able to talk to everything, and I just feel so useless lately. And but I'll do whatever I can. I know I have not met your friend, but if I should,
If he heard a stranger's voice in his head, I don't think he would even respond.
okay,
You
then
may be
I
better off
will.
saving it for something truly necessary.
Okay, then I'll drop that, and I will try and do something else.
And don't worry, you're not as useless as Dace.
Dace was more useful than me. Get off, get off that tablet, Dace. Don't.
It's a table.
That's where somebody. Yeah, but somebody was dead on that. Come get off the. Get off. Okay, just don't sleep on places where dead people slept. It's like a cursed thing. It's like you just don't do it. Okay.
What? It's comfortable.
I know. But so is the floor. It's the same thing.
You
Well,
guys
I
need to do an
think-
investigation
But
check.
this
if
is
you
an
really want.
elevated position.
No, I wanted to secure it, and I'll look to Ash and I'll say, if you want to have a look around, I can't leave the bubble.
Yeah, yes, I could see. I will be right back.
All right, so you do find a few things. You do find a bracelet on one of the skeletons that is made of electrum and garnet. It's worth about 100 gold pieces if you want to take it.
Yep.
The only other thing that you find with the 14 is you find a book in one of these are somewhat like the things in the corner of the rooms there. They're attached to the walls, but they're stone shelves, and there's a bunch of like debris and stuff on top. But you find a book, and on the book itself, you can see it's leather bound, but it's not in the greatest shape. But you do see the symbol of Char on the cover of the book.
She
And
is going to
It's
open
not
it.
it's not gigantic. I mean, it's probably a good novel size, but it's not like anything huge. So you said you opened it.
Yep.
Wait. I want to look as well on that book.
No, she was investigating. She opened the book, so you're not going to be a part of that just yet. But you would see
Well, I was moving towards her, but yeah.
right, but you can't interject into everything that happens. So
No, I'm not
after,
trying.
it's written in Elvish. You can see that it because you've seen lots and lots of religious tomes in your time, and from what you can gather, it doesn't really appear to be religious. It appears to be more of a historical book, but it seems to be telling stories of Char herself. And as you're skimming through it, you read a few things that are, I guess the best I could describe it is somewhat contrary to some of the things that you had previously heard. One thing that sort of strikes you as you're flipping through is that there appears to be a story about Char and Saloon, and the story that you had all learned and heard was that that Char had killed Saloon. But this seems to give a slightly different account of those events, where it's going on about how Char and Saloon were both in love with the same mortal man, and they had a huge falling out, and so it was less about this fight between the dark that Char sort of represents and the light that Saloon sort of represents, not sort of that generic good versus evil sort of thing. And this was more about sisters being in love with the same person and having a bit of a falling out because of it. And so it goes on to explain that Char actually for the lack of a better term, Char basically tricked Saloon, and that Char basically said, "I will let you. I will step away, and I will let you be with this person." Um, and I have found a way for the two of you to stay together forever. And so Saloon, being in love, agreed to this thing. And so essentially what Char did was that she killed Saloon and she killed this man and turned them into vampires so that they could be together forever. Now the two of them essentially, I wouldn't say that they are servants of Char necessarily, but they don't worship her, but they are basically tied to Char now, and that the Saloon and this other man are, I guess, for the lack of a better term, they're somewhat like thralls, where they don't really have the ability to break away from her or to do anything against her. But they wouldn't necessarily be viewed as the same sort of like cultish. They don't necessarily worship Char, but they are beholden to her. So Saloon is not technically dead, according to this book. And the man, and you're putting two and two together, and you're assuming now that this man is the one that's depicted in the murals. And his name is listed as Leviticus.
Yeah.
Yep, Astrid will be like, "Wow, Victor, look at this book I found!" Telling all sorts of stories of Char. It's actually quite interesting coming from her side of the perspective, and she's just mumbling out the entire story for them all.
So essentially, what happened was that Char made Saloon immortal, then killed her, and then brought her back from the dead as a vampire, as well as Leviticus.
And if I recall correctly, we know Leviticus is supposedly still in Tal'Dorei.
That's what Malcolm said.
Oh, so I don't know that. Never mind.
Well, they probably told you that.
Nope, he would not listen.
No, he was talking to Astrid.
Astrid chose not to tell him.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't think anyone told me any of this stuff from Malcolm yet. Because she asked me, I said I didn't want to know.
Yeah, so he does not know any of the history of Malcolm, even though we've tried to tell him multiple times.
Well, Astrid did just tell him something, so he's like,
Well, I could also speak up and be like, hey, this is what I was trying to tell you. We know of the history of these people now. We know where they live, at least from what Malcolm said, and we can guess what's happening at this point.
and that's just sort of I mean, there's obviously a lot more to this book. That's just sort of what you got. Like, that's the thing that jumped out to you when you...
Yep, Astrid will probably spend a while reading it after she's identified, I guess, the potion and the sword.
All right, so we'll just skip through that. It's a potion of clairvoyance. Basically, just means that you get the effects of the clairvoyance spell. And the others is a +1 longsword made of obsidian.
Yeah. Latest, is there any room in your bag for a +1 longsword on a
Actually,
potion?
there is an additional that I forgot to mention on that sword. So, in addition to being a +1 longsword, it does an extra 2d6 damage to any creature that is of the good alignment.
Oh,
So that's
fun.
probably useful. Lots of killing good folks all the time, right?
Yeah, she'll mention that to them as well. Be like, it helps good folk easier than not good.
So it wouldn't actually affect somebody like me. Well, I guess I'm neutral good.
Richter's gonna look between Astrid and Liz and just say, if it's meant to harm those who are good, I say we destroy it.
Rick, all about destroying artifacts, man.
There's certain ones that's like, okay, we're pretty much mainly made to hurt good people, so.
You never let us have any fun, do you?
I can dispel the magic in it. Or try.
Yeah, if you want to. I mean, it's not the source that I would be using.
Layla could use it, it's up to him.
But then he could possibly get taken over and hurt one of us.
I don't think it's an evil sword, it's just better at killing people who are nicer people.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a sentient sword. Like, you can tell that from Identify. It's not like it's not Black Razor or anything.
But it is magic. So I could try and dispel magic if you wanted me to. If not, I'll leave it alone.
Makes no difference. If people want to get rid of it, we can get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm not one way or the other either.
I put it in your bag for now. We could always decide it at a later time.
Yeah, I can do that. And she'll hand it to Wow. And I suppose before I sit down to read a book, it's gonna send a quick sending spell to my brother, let him know the new stuff that we've learned. And she'll just quickly do sending, say, hi Klaus, it's Astrid, I've learned that Dragosa is a Dragolich and an ally of Char, deity of vampires.
Basically, you get a response back just saying, "Oh, thanks for the information."
And I'm also going to sending to my mother, and tell her that I'm okay. I'm in a awful place. I'm okay. And I love you. And I'll be fine. And another sending to my father. I miss you. Hope you are okay. I want to learn more about your side of me. Please help. You can respond.
And your mother basically responds with, just be safe, stay in touch. Let me know what's going on. And your father responds that the next time he sees you, he would be happy to give you more information about his side of the family.
And my last sending, I will walk away from my room. through the doors.
Yeah, I placed it so you can't open. Well, unless I don't know what way they open, Matt, but I placed it so those doors wouldn't be able to be open if they open towards us.
They do open towards you, yes.
Okay, so where can I go?
I think it's
not
either the
blocked?
other two doors. Either of those two, I believe, are not blocked.
Yep.
So I'm going to go away from where everybody else is listening. And I'm going to send a message to Malcolm. How are you? We've found things. We understand danger. Big things happening. Any advice?
You get no response.
Okay. Go back to the group.
What'd you find?
To everyone here, especially you, Richter, I know I may have been wrong. I know. In the beginning, I may have been wrong. But I may have been very wrong. More than I know. I tried to contact Malcolm. No, you don't like that. I can't contact him now. And with all we've learned, I'm not sure if it's nefarious or he's out of the range. I have this sneaking suspicion. I'm from a small town. I'm not very good at this, but I have this suspicion that he's met up with the others, or he's meeting up with the others. There's just so many coincidences. It can't just be a coincidence. And I did what I did, and I thought it was right. I think I may have been wrong. I think I may have been very wrong, but I know that none of us could have survived what happened in that room unless we made that deal. And but he's not responding to me anymore. So I don't know what that means for us asking him for help.
We were never going to ask him for help.
Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm just very naive, and I thought that he would help us. Look, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I'm getting a very terrible feeling that what's happening there, he may not have anything to do with it. Maybe he was truthful and he doesn't care about them and he just ran away. But everything he told us about Anna Maria and about everybody else, like maybe it was a warning. It just seems weird that he would join them after he told us about it, but maybe that's what's happening. Maybe he's part of this. It's just
He's a beast. He got what he wanted when you let him. Well, when he got freed, he has no reason to respond to you anymore.
He did
He's
respond
used
to
you.
me though. He did respond to me though. He did for a long time. He and I
You've run your
talked.
purpose for him. It has nothing to do with. There's no proof that he's joined anyone. You've run your purpose. As soon as we got him out of there, it was just a matter of time.
Maybe you're right. I was just wrong the whole time. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I don't know what's going to happen from here, but at this point, it's something. It's an obviously glaring error that I cannot ignore. It all lines up now, and I'm very sorry.
We're just gonna look at her and say, "You have a lot of things to be sorry for, but he did not have anything to do with this. Up in Isilra started far before he ever escaped. These vampires that are in this world are not there because of you releasing him.
Yes,
You have no part in any of this aside from we released one more into the world. That's all the part you have.
exactly. I could have released one more that helps them, but also my
That you have
brother.
no idea if he is yet. You have no
My
idea if he is or if he is just ignoring you.
my brother is in Whitestone.
And
I
my mother is as
and
well.
yes, my brother lived in Whitestone for years, and we've got people in this group that have family in Vasselheim. I could have done something terrible, and I
You
did
knew
what I
that
thought
at
was
the
right.
time. You made your decision. The best thing you could do is at least accept it.
Yes, I do agree with Sax. I did release a Velo into this world, you know? Well,
I do
released
accept
it
it.
back into the fire plane, I suppose, but
I I accept it. I'm just saying I'm trying to apologize for the fact that I now think that
But I believe you're
possibly.
trying to apologize for far too much. The worst you did was release a vampire who may have joined up with someone. We have no idea if he did. He may have gone on to live his life the way he said it. I just would not have liked to give him that chance myself.
We shouldn't
You
worry
didn't do
about.
anything that you.
Sorry, we shouldn't worry about the whims of a vampire. There's nothing we can do about that. Just move on.
Well, I think that the ones of a vampire have caused quite a few many disasters in this world, and we should worry about that.
Yes,
and I
but not
say
when there's nothing you could do about it.
you're considering too many what-if scenarios at the moment. You're going to stress yourself out if
If
you do that.
if he had said to you and responded, "Ha ha, I've joined Silas and Anna Maria," then yes, I could see the worry you have right now. But not Astrid has sent messages to her family and not gotten responses. It doesn't mean that the worst possible scenario had happened.
I know, I'm just not used to
It's not worth
this.
losing any sleep over.
I'm not used to this. I'm from a small town. I'm not used to all of this, so I'm still getting used to it, okay?
Yeah, I just
Remember
say,
just how big the world really is.
and
Trust me,
also,
I've traveled a good bit of it.
Believe me, if it does come out that he has a part in this, then yes, I will be the first to remind you that it's your fault. But until then, you have no fault.
I say take one day at a time is what I always do, and it has served me rather well.
All right. Let's try and get some sleep. Let's try and get some sleep and figure out what we have to do tomorrow.
I'll stay up and do the first watch.
I'll stay up with you. You don't mind?
Astrid, are you reading the book or are you sleeping?
Astrid is reading a book,
Okay.
at
Richter's
least
gonna,
for the first couple of hours, so she can get her long
Richter's
rest in.
gonna look to Zameen and just kind of. Well, between me and you, we're probably the worst at seeing in the dark, so perhaps we should split ours
Actually,
up.
I have 30.
Yeah, but I mean, compared to the other ones, Astrid and Daisy both have 60, so it might be better to have someone with the further vision. Actually, no, we're
Okay.
in a small room, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
We have all
Victor,
the-
you could also borrow the goggles. I mean, I'm just reading a book right now.
I'm not much of a glasses person.
Yeah, all right.
If I could wear the glasses, or if you want to, maybe somebody else could stay up with you. I just
No.
wanted to offer.
The
It's
dice
fine.
will borrow your glasses.
Hey, you can already see.
Light.
They're only to make you see in the dark.
Ah, but nothing will escape my sight this time.
Well, you're going to be sleeping the first watch anyway, so go get some sleep. Zameen and I will take first watch and wake you when it's time for yours.
I feel like somebody who has dark vision puts on goggles of the night would probably be like, like blindingly bright.
Yeah, I just picture the old movies when you have like night vision goggles and someone flicks on the light.
Yeah, you're like, oh god,
Yeah,
my
same.
retinas.
Hey, literally, I got
It's just being quirky.
LASIK, and now sometimes when bright lights are turned on, it really does fuck with me. So it's kind of weird. It's almost like I literally see better in the dark after LASIK, and when somebody turns on bright lights, it actually hurts my eyes. It's kind of funny.
All right, so who's ever doing watch can go ahead and do perception checks.
Oh yeah, I suck. Picking up the slack.
You didn't want me to sit with you. Hey, what is Dace doing? Dace, aren't you asleep?
He's doing second watch.
Yeah, you guys can all roll them together.
Yeah, I'll probably take third watch.
But
I'm just gonna say Astrid is reading, and then she's gonna sleep, so she will take none.
Well, I was gonna have a conversation with
Well, I think they're all just rolling right now. He's not
Yeah.
saying it all
I'm
happened.
not skipping ahead. I'm just rolling.
But dang, Lilith, good job.
I can see the future.
You are in the future right now.
Roll 35 stealth. Nobody's ever seen you. Nobody will ever see you. You're good.
So, what does Richter miss?
First watch goes by, nothing. You don't see anything. Don't hear anything.
And Richter would not start a conversation, to be fair.
No, she just would literally put a hand on him. And I don't even know where you're sitting because you're like in the middle. I literally moved myself to see all three doors.
No, Richter
I
would have
don't
just sat on that little table there.
Okay.
Not the one where the dead body was, but where the whatever instruments were.
Then literally she's tearing pages out of her book that she has because she's studying another language, and she'd tear pages out that says, "I'm so sorry. I really care about you. I may have done the wrong thing. I hope you forgive me." And she would like literally fold it into an airplane and like send it over in his way. And sometimes maybe it hits him in the head, but she does the best.
He the first one he gets, he would just kind of read, turn around, and say, "You realize you can just speak."
I'm trying to be quiet.
Tearing pages is
trying-
not the quietest thing in the world.
It is when it's just my knife. My knife is cutting the pages. Come over here. Come over here.
I can't leave the circle.
Okay. I'll come back.
And he'll just say, "I don't forgive you for releasing him, but I'm not going to let it lead to harming our party any further. I think you made the wrong decision. I told you at the time I did. None of that changed, but I can see your logic behind it. I just disagree with it. And disagreement is a normal thing."
I understand. I completely disagree with the fact that you guys attacked, and we could have made it out of there without attacking at all, which is what Astrid was trying to do. Astrid and I were trying to do the same thing. Okay? and we tried to calm you down with it. You went into beast shape and you caused a whole wreck, and you actually ended up getting me killed. Okay, do you realize that? You ended up getting me killed. Okay, when I was just trying to do what was best for the party. So I understand disagreements, but the way that it was handled, I I guess I felt the same way you do. It was completely unnecessary, and the way that you did it was harmful to the entire party. And I love you, and I will support you going
You,
forward.
do
And
you
I
realize what you were
understand.
worried about before?
I get it. I get it.
Mm, I
I get it.
I'm not sure you do. You were saying that you're worried about everyone outside from what releasing Malcolm could have done. In the
That's
moment, you
new.
were worried about the party,
I
but
was
I
worried
was
about
worried
the party.
about everyone outside at that time.
I get it. I like I said, I think I may have been wrong. I get it. You may have been right. The problem was at the time, the party was not going to be able to fight him.
And he would have never
And
escaped if we didn't let him out. So he would have either killed us and been stuck there, or he would have let us live and kind of still been stuck there.
I get it.
Either way, it's better for the world. Us dying would not have been good for us, but it could have been better for everyone else.
You're right. You're right.
It's
You're
not
right.
about being right or wrong. It's, as I
No,
said, we disagree, but we don't
no,
know
no,
what
no,
has
that's
or will
okay.
happen.
Um, but what I'm saying is you're right about that. You're right about that.
We don't know if I was yet. As I said, he may have gone and just left. He may have gone to the
Sorry.
Shadowfell.
Sorry. No, he didn't go to the Shadowfell.
You have no idea if that's true.
Well, at least in recent months, he didn't go to the Shadowfell, and Lilith is asking us to keep it down. So, what I'm
But
trying to tell
just
you,
the completely out of game. Sending goes to different planes.
Yep.
yes, I know. All I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry that what I did may have caused a problem that we may have to deal with later. I thought that maybe dealing with it later was better than dealing with it now since it basically destroyed our entire party. Yes, we could have just left, which was Astrid's idea. That was a good idea. We could have done that. I'm sorry. I didn't align exactly with that, but none of us aligned exactly with any idea. And all of us could have been wrong in some sort of way, and I get that that is okay, and I get that that's what being part of a party is about. All I'm saying is that to you, I do apologize, and I do support you. So whatever happens coming forward, I will understand it in a better way because now I'm honestly kind of a bit scared because he's not talking to me, and that worries me, and that changes things. And
It
I
changes
don't.
nothing. He
It
could,
does,
again, just be ignoring you. It has nothing to do with
but he
what
was.
he is currently doing.
But before he talked to me, and
He responded every time you sent him a message.
yes,
Wait, I thought Matt said that there were many
except for
times he
the
didn't.
times. No, except for the times I asked him where he was. Except for the times I asked him where he was, he responded, and we talked, and I was trying. I know that it's insulting to you because you didn't want me to do it, but I tried to keep in touch with him strategically to make sure, so we had like some sort of basis that we could use for whatever favor we had to call in. But now, if he's
You
silent,
should know I would never be involved with a favor from ever.
I know that, but it wouldn't be you calling in the favor. I
And
always
if he
and it
appeared
would be
again,
me.
if he appeared again
Exactly.
near us, I would know what had happened, and it would not
Exactly.
stop me from trying to kill him again.
Exactly my plan, which I tried to tell you if you would have dropped that freaking globe or sent listen to any of the letters that I tried to send you. I was trying to tell you that I was trying to keep in touch with him so that when we needed something disposable, that we could have called him in. He could have fought for us and then we could have destroyed him. I am on your side.
You could have easily just have called him in, and he could have been lying the whole time and killed us. There's no reason to ever call in a favor from someone like that. You
Maybe
cannot
it's
trust
just
what he said or has said or anything.
you're right.
Especially
I
speaking to him when you can't see him face to face. You have no chance in reading him to see if he's telling the truth or lying.
I know, you're right. I tried to do at the time what I thought was
You kept
best
us
for you.
alive. You did. You kept us alive. I just don't know if it was the best situation for the rest of the world.
And
But we neither of us know that yet. So until we find out, there's no reason to stress about it.
I know, and I'll probably regret it later, but I did what I thought was best at the time, and I always thought that later maybe we could call him and ambush him.
Oh, I will eventually find a way to have him destroyed, whether it's me or someone else, but it will happen.
Well, and as a cleric, I do disagree about what he is, and I just felt really hurt about the fact that you ignored my, I guess, attempt to reach out to you. But it is
You,
what it is.
in front of me, befriended something that was
I
its
didn't.
kind with
I didn't
you
befriend.
embraced him, you
I
complimented him,
didn't.
you did.
I did, but I didn't. It's
Richard
called
just shakes his head.
diplomacy. It's called
Richard just shakes
diplomacy.
his head.
Sometimes you have to lie.
And
Sometimes you have to lie.
as she's saying this, Richter pokes Dace, wakes him up, and says, "It's your turn." And he walks to the corner and goes and sits down. He does not want to argue, and he is getting very, very frustrated. So he goes and just sits down with his back to the wall and says, "I will speak tomorrow. Good night, Zemi."
Good night.
Astrid, as far as reading the book, the you're sort of getting the idea that this seems to be a bit more, I guess, from what you perceive, this seems to be more. Trying to think of the best word to describe it. I guess true or real than some of the other like sort of folklore that you've sort of read. Like this seems to be like it's listing like dates and names and sort of like facts that seem to be much more believable than some of the sort of fantastic sort of folklore and things that you've heard about Char and about vampires and things that you've read previously. This seems to be a fairly well written sort of historical documentation of events. The only thing that really, I mean, you find it all pretty interesting. You read more about sort of the followers of Char. You find out a little bit more about the beings that are called the avatars of Char, the Nightbringers, that they. One of the descriptions in there was that a person that is sort of possessed by a Nightbringer, the person sort of fuses together with the Nightbringer, and they gain the strength and appearance of Char. And you also learn that only females are selected as hosts of the avatars of Char, so no males are ever possessed by the Nightbringers. You learn that there used to be a lot of them, but there during the fall of or during the calamity, the a lot of Char's, I guess, minions or followers were destroyed, and led to partially the reason that she sort of lost sway. You also learned that another reason that she sort of fell out of favor was because of the Raven Queen. The Raven Queen is the antithesis of Char, and they hate each other quite a bit, given the fact that the one thing that all of you actually would know, but Astrid, you would know that the Raven Queen despises the undead, and that's kind of what Char's all about. Another thing that you learn is that the when Saloon was made mortal and then undead, she took a mortal name, which happened to be Anna Maria.
Wait, who? Who took that name?
Saloon. Dun dun dun.
Yeah,
And the plot thickens.
I don't know if Richter and Zamin would have realized, but Astrid would have full on squeaked.
Would it have been during our watch?
Yeah, it would have been during your watch because she's reading as much as she can during the
Well,
first
then
couple
that's
hours.
probably would have interrupted us. Also, didn't you move outside of the range that you said you couldn't move outside of?
Nope, 10 feet.
Okay.
Because you
cool.
were standing like up here before.
Okay.
So
I-
yeah, it's 10
I
feet from there.
definitely would have reacted to that, even if I was asleep.
So
That was during your argument she would have squeaked, so I don't know if you guys would have noticed it, but
and it conflicts a little bit with what Malcolm had said, although you are unsure if it's because Malcolm just didn't know. Because Malcolm had told you that he and Silas and Anna Maria were all made vampires by Leviticus. And what you're reading here is that Anna Maria was not made a vampire by Leviticus, is that she essentially became the first vampire along with Leviticus. They were the first two vampires essentially by this book sort of simultaneously. But you aren't really sure if Malcolm just didn't know that, because he wouldn't necessarily have known that. Because
Astrid,
Malcolm,
is your house on fire?
Nah, the bird.
oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's fine. I just heard a fucking like fire alarm.
It's because I've been walking
Yeah.
around with a freaking falcon on my arm this entire time.
My
and
bird
it's,
is
like,
playing with
ringing.
Tyr has a bell around his neck. He's just flying around in circles.
Yeah.
Also, just as an aside, what the hell's going on with the fact that I have a falcon? And could I have just released it into the wild? Because I don't.
Sure, if you wanted
Obviously,
to.
our-
While you
our-
were in the
yeah.
jungle, you could have let it go.
Yeah, because our keep is gone.
Wait.
Like gone. We're not there. I have a falcon. It's not trained. It's not a spiritual version. It's just a falcon. I'm not gonna be walking through dungeons with falcons on my arm. So
We have a fucking pixie with us, right?
You do also. Yes, I forgot about that.
yes, we do.
Jesus. We're
She basically has just been riding on the back of Tyr most of the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, you there's that slightly conflicting information from what you had heard from Malcolm, but it doesn't strike you as necessarily like he specifically lied to you, because he wasn't around when any of this happened. So
Yeah, it feels like it's more disinformation that got to him than actual him tricking us.
So and you can see that the book itself, it's hard to pinpoint. Like it does give specific dates, but it's hard to tell exactly when the book itself was written. Obviously, it wasn't necessarily contemporary, so it wasn't written at the time that these things happened, because there are things that have happened afterwards that are listed. So from where you are, from the time at 833 is the year. It's still a pretty old book. but it's hard to pinpoint exactly when it was written.
Yeah, she will just keep on reading, and she'll let the others know in the morning what she's read. And I don't know how much more she can read without taking her long rest, so.
I think you would have to go to sleep after our watch finished.
Yeah, after the first watch, you'd have to.
Okay, then she will pause if there's any other information in the book and do her sleep.
All right,
Yeah, like I would have poked Ace up.
yeah, and you guys already rolled for your perception, and nothing happens over the course of the night.
All right. So we get a long rest.
Other than learning that a book vamped people.
All right. So are we all up?
I would assume so.
When we do wake up, Richter would ask her what she found in the book. Anything interesting?
Actually, I did find some information that was, well, first of all, this is more like a history book, which is much more interesting than a religious title, but so I learned something about the followers, learned that females are more likely to be followers than males, learned that, and she just looks at Richter and is like, that Saloon. Remember how I told you Saloon and that as their guides they turned into vampires? Well, it seems Saloon might be Anna Maria.
Do you know anything of what happens to someone when they become a vampire? Does it change their personality or anything? Would she still be a? Matt, would I know Saloon was a good deity?
Yep.
Or neutral, or whatever?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So Richard would be like, would it have an effect on that, or would she still be the same person?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, essentially she became sort of like a... Sort my own notes. It's sort of like a thrall of Char. I'm not sure if she would have a choice even if it didn't change her alignment. Also, that is definitely something I want to share with Klaus now.
And a few other things that you were able to get, and I'll say that you were even got up a little bit early and read. That it sort of describes the. It's not a specific trait necessarily or an event, but they do make note of the fact that it's very common, and in this case, because the reason that they mention it is because the original vampires, Leviticus and Saloon, essentially, they did not become vampires or the undead by choice. They were actually tricked, and it makes sense that happens to the majority of vampires. Is that most of them, at least according to this book, so the older vampires, the majority of them did not choose to become vampires. It was forced upon them. Now, in the current age, as Malcolm had explained, the bloodlines of, or I guess I'll put that in air quotes, the bloodlines of the vampires has been diluted quite a lot. So the ones that you would run into normally now are just shadows of what Leviticus and Anna Maria would be. As far as power and that type of thing. It just becomes so diluted over time. So they might make somebody a vampire by choice because it's just sort of like they've lost touch with what it sort of is to be what it means to be a vampire. And the idea that originally it was in service to Char, and many vampires now don't know anything about that, and they're just sort of like, ooh, look, I'm cool. I have this ability to like turn into a bat or whatever it may be.
Live
that they can
forever.
do. Yeah,
Children
that
of
kind of
the
thing.
night,
But they
basically.
don't. But they don't like. It would be the old folks looking at them. They don't respect what it is. So you get a bit of that. The only other thing that catches your eye is that there is mention of the fact that Char is the one who was helping turn the undead dragons. So that's why you believe that they were depicted in the murals, was that Char was also involved as a sort of a practical thing, and seeking powerful allies to help her. So she, in addition to the vampires, may have some role in originating the Dracoliches.
All right. Probably not possible, Matt. Can I do any sort of a roll to see if I know if something this in depth and this good would be enough to lure Trike back to us? Would an uncovered ancient text about what he's searching for, would that be enough to make him tell us where he is even?
I mean, it might just be something that you want to tell him. I mean,
shit. I'm because if he's telling us to get out, obviously it's dangerous, but if he heard what we have, he might think of telling us where to come find him. Oh. Alright. So, Dace, this is where you saw before, right? When you said there were statues?
According to Matt.
yep.
Okay. So then I believe we had one other door up this way, and we have this one.
Yeah, long hallway.
Might as well go this way first, right?
Yeah, long hallway in which I did not see the end of.
Oh, damn.
Oh, there is an end.
2 steps later.
Sounds
Tap,
about
tap, tap.
right.
Blind man with his cane out. Another cube.
All right. As we're getting, I'm gonna try to stop Dace. As we're getting closer to this thing, can I just start searching for traps and stuff, like actively?
Yep.
That's what I got the cane out for.
Yeah,
The pole.
just in case. Not great.
Did you guys go through the left door?
Yep. Left and then down around the corner. Is this another turning one?
Nope. Just a big stone that you see that it doesn't look like it was originally part of this. It's not made out of the same material that the walls around you are.
And is it too big for us to move?
It looks like it. You could certainly try.
I can certainly try.
I mean, you can tell that one of you will definitely not be able to move it.
Matt, real quick, can I forgot Rascal up in the other room. You want to pull him to me? And can he squeeze through there?
Nope.
He can't. Shit.
It's the dynamic lighting is what makes it look like you can see more than you can.
Oh, okay. All right, so we can't see around it.
I mean, you might be able to see some cracks that you can see that it's not like flush with the wall, but you probably can't see as much as the dynamic lighting lets you
All right,
see.
So
Poof the birdie.
I could poof him too, but if we could only see through cracks, I don't think we could send him like on the other side of it. So, which way do we want? I'll look to Layla since he's the strong one. Which way do we want to try to move it?
Maybe this way?
And if you want to do it, you'd have to do individuals. There's no advantage, and you'd have to decide how many people are going to try and help.
I move out of the way for either Astrid or Zameen to walk in, because they're the two other strong ones.
I will assist. How many can assist?
Total of 4 people would probably be able to help. So
Okay, yeah. So it'd be.
And
So everybody
Astrid
has
will
to-
cast the guidance on Layla.
And I will cast.
Probably do it on yourself. Zameen.
Yeah, I'd cast guidance on myself and Dace.
and then everybody do a strength check.
Oh. $12.
Yay, Astrid! Come on, Dace, be strong.
So 10 for me.
Strength check. Nope.
You
I ain't
also-
done yet. I'm not
Yeah.
done yet.
You also have a +4. So I have a 12. I have a 10.
I have a 12.
18.
So with guidance, you guys were 1 over the DC to move this thing.
We're super strong.
So you moved it over that way. So you can,
Nice.
you can walk through here, but you can't go to the right essentially because that's where the block is now.
Yeah. There.
Okay. Are
And
these
you
like?
can see, it's
cracks?
actually those are like they're like rails essentially, like they're like rollers where this stone head was. So this is like it's an incline, so it's going up, and so this stone had slid on these rollers down to where it's sitting right now.
That would be an uphill battle.
Bit of a turn, and then another hallway.
Oops.
Ooh. We're coming up to a like bit of a intersection.
room of many pillars.
I see another statue.
Alright, before we walk in, can I like just do a quick sweep of the room for any sort of bad news?
Yep. Don't notice anything.
Alright.
But as you walk
okay.
in, you see that this fairly large room. It's a vaulted ceiling. But like the rest of this place, it's weathered and cracked, and it's just the one thing that looks a little bit different than is that the walls seem to like this room at some point seemed to have been on fire because there's like black char like on the walls.
Are the statues of anything important?
Most of them are worn, and it's hard to tell. They appear to be carved into the shape of bats. That's about it.
We got stairs up here. And yeah, what is
Going
that thing?
down. Looks like a bench.
You can see what it is. Actually, it's a stone, and those little like bands on there are essentially rollers as well. Like it's essentially this is a trap where you would throw that thing down the stairs to drop on somebody.
All right. Can I look at it real quick and see if there's any way, like, it has a release mechanism for, like, an actual trap? Like, if you step on the wrong stair, it's going to release, or does it look like it's safe to... It would have to be hand, like...
Yeah, do an investigation.
Astrid will help.
25.
Yeah, it looks like it probably is connected to a step somewhere down there.
All right. How big is it? Like, if we were to release it, would we be able to step over it?
You'd probably be able to climb over it, yeah. But I mean, if you release it now, it would. You don't know where it would go. I guess would be the best. So. I mean, you may be able to step over it, but you don't know where it's gonna. You don't know where it's gonna go. Essentially, so it's like you don't know.
I could send Neil down.
I'm gonna just take out a little silver rod and snap it, say a magic word, and it's going to stand right in front of that. I'm gonna put the immovable rod in front of it so it can't fall down. So I'll put the immovable rod right here so it can't roll down the stairs. Is the rod big enough to like not let it just be rolled over?
I think it probably would. I think it's 8,000 pounds. I think on a movable rod, which is technically like funny because it says the immovable, but actually it's not technically immovable. Yeah. But yeah, I think 8,000 pounds would probably would keep it.
And I'll just look at everyone and say, just wait a moment. If it does release and somehow doesn't stay up here, I will need help, but there's no sense in all of us testing out this item. And I'm just going to start walking down.
Perhaps someone who's a bit higher constitution should attempt that, just in case.
I have ways I could get out of the way.
If you think you'll be safe, then all right.
Yeah,
would you like Neo with you?
You could surely send him down.
Yes, and then I can give warning to the others.
Yeah.
Also, there's the pixie on Nier's back too. Let's not forget the pixie.
Yes. I can't actually see with Nier, so I'm gonna pull Astrid with me.
Alright, there's a lot of steps.
Yeah, so it already clicked. So
is it staying up there?
Yep.
All right, I'll look to the bird or to the owl and say, you could send them down.
Those steps right there that clicked.
Okay, Astrid will be like, okay, it's safe now.
Ooh, there's doors. All right. I'll look at Dace and say, do you hear anything?
Good question.
Holy
Damn.
shit!
You don't hear anything. I mean, you hear everything, but you don't hear anything.
It's silent as a grave.
I'll push the door open. Oh,
See? I told you. Silent as a grave.
okay. Well, that's relieving. So we go back up, right? We've already been here.
And what have you learned?
That you can hear everything.
Exactly. Don't question the days. And I just strut into the room.
I think we're going back upstairs.
What? Wait for me!
And when everyone gets back up out of the way, I am going to grab the immovable rod and let this thing fall.
And it does, and you hear it. It's extremely loud as it crashes down the stairs and then slams against the door frame at the bottom.
We could have used that during the fight.
Yeah, so that was kind of a cool way to avoid a trap. Come at it from the other direction.
Alright. So we've been down this way, I believe, right? And now further over here, there's another hallway. Well, it looks like another turn and something in the wall. Can I look at this divot?
Astrid can come by and help as well.
Please roll good. Ooh.
Yeah, there appears to be a statue. Again, what appears to be the image of Char. This, I think with the 25, it looks like it's made out of electrum.
Oh, probably best to follow Dace's example and not touch it.
I'd touch it. No, I'm just kidding.
Dace, you see the end of the hallway yet?
Oh yeah, there's another divot there.
Is this also a statue?
Yep, it's like the exact same statue.
Alright. I will move out of the way after I check the door and let Layla up front.
I'll kick in the door. I've got nothing funny to say.
Anybody else feel like they're in the Legend of Zelda? These were the little teeth thing that came at you as soon as you moved in them, in the room.
Alright.
So in this room, which is a sort of an oddly shaped room, you see that these statues as well do appear to be of bats. and they're all shown in different, I guess, poses. Some of them look like they're in flight. Some of them look like there's even one that is somewhat comical in that it actually looks like it's essentially an upside down bat. So it looks like it's hanging, but is actually just like almost looks like it's doing a handstand essentially.
Yeah. Can we just like look around at them, see if there's anything peculiar about them?
Yeah, do an investigation check.
Astra go ho.
Oh, how big are they?
The two big stars are the largest ones, and they're probably about 10 feet, and the other smaller, the other things that you see are probably between, they vary between 5 and 7 feet as far as size.
I kind of poke at this one with my staff.
Um, yeah, with a 13, the only thing that you find is that inside one of the larger statues, there appears to be the the eye of the bat is hollowed out, and you can see that there is a gem inside that is worth about 200 gold pieces.
I'll pop it out and toss it to Lilith. Okay, so it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 doors in here we could leave from.
It would seem so.
I put my ear up to this one. Do I hear anything?
Nope.
Don't seem like there's anything over here.
Which way do we want to go first? Astrid,
Yes.
how long does that locate a person spell last?
It lasts for 1 hour. I could cast it now.
If it seems as if we've gotten rather deep, I was just thinking it might be possible that we're close now. But I don't want you to waste it either. It's up to you. If you think it would be worth it, you could try.
Yeah, I suppose we might as well. Regardless, it'll stay for at least an hour, unless I lose concentration, but might as well. Might also help decide which door we want. And she casts it.
And I will cast guidance on her, and actually, is guidance or bless?
I don't. Guidance helps with like checks.
No.
Yeah, guidance is only going to work on ability checks, skill checks. Bless works on attacks and DC
Saving
saves.
throws, yeah.
Hey, Victor! What's that thing there in the center down at the bottom?
I mean, to be fair, once she starts casting it, Richter's not taking his eyes off Astrid. He like is kind of not paying attention to anything else.
This is a bit tricky. Because this is tricky. Okay, so I'll say that you can you do get some idea that he's in your vicinity, but he appears to be above you.
Yep, she'll look kind of confused and be like, well, says he's somewhere around here, but somewhere up. So, hopefully one of these doors lead to, like, stairs, maybe?
Yeah. As soon as she says that, Richter, he like looks like he's gonna take off, but he like kind of takes a deep breath real quick and goes, "All right, which door first?" And he's kind of just gonna look around at everyone and just go towards the one that Zamin's next to.
If Astrid moves, like, from one end of the room to the other, does any of the feeling change of where he is?
It seems to be stationary, and I'm kind of fudging it because I don't really, because it's 10 feet of stone would block you from doing it, so I'm not really sure how. I mean, there's no like specific rules on like how thick is the.
Wait,
is
it's
the
not 10
stone,
feet
but
of stone. It's 10 feet of running water. I thought.
running water. Spellcasting creature is running water at least 10 feet wide blocks a. Oh, 10 feet wide. It is water. I was reading that wrong. So no.
You know what's weird? I read it the same way as you did at first. I thought it said 10-foot blocks.
Yeah. So never mind. There's not water that's blocking you. So yes, you do. He's above you.
All right. Yeah. Richter's gonna just look at everyone and say, this way, please. And
Yes, be careful with traps.
yeah, of course.
I
And
like the fact that in the description they say such as a human or a unicorn. Like it's just a random thing to say.
what else would you ever want to find?
Right.
Richter's gonna call to Dace. Dace, this way, please. Hurry. And yeah. And he's gonna kind of like soccer mom at the mall speed walking.
Remember to stick with the group.
Alright, we got more doors. Yeah, he looks like he wants to run up to him, but he just looks back and go, Layla, doors?
Check for traps.
Oh yeah, I'll check for the door and everything if need be.
I would like to check for kick.
No stairs, but more doors.
I would like to check for kick.
So
No, it's supposed to. I would like to kick.
everybody make a perception check.
I mean, you may want to put mine at disadvantage because Richter is very one-track mind right now.
I think. I think everybody. Astrid probably doesn't feel it as strongly, but you start to feel like as you're walking through, you're getting. It's almost like a wave coming at you, but it's almost just like a feeling of just. I guess the best.
It's
It's
not
not-
a charm, is it?
It's not no, it's not a charm. It's not fear necessarily. It's you get a sense of sort of unease and a sense of trying to think of the best
Dread.
Dread.
Yeah, I mean, it's dread, it's unease, it's almost like sadness. It's like you just feel really bad, and it's sort of like it's like these pulses that are sort of coming at you. Astra doesn't feel it quite as much, maybe because she just doesn't care. But
Well, as I feel it, can I look around to see if there's anything that's causing it from the room?
I mean, with the perception,
Oh, okay, okay.
it doesn't really. It's not anything that you see. It's not anything that you hear. But it's because of the way that it's sort of hitting you. It feels like it's a wave. This is the way I'm just describing it. But it's kind of all this impulses.
Do I hear anything?
You not hear anything.
I would like to kick.
I get my laugh on and kick the door open. Probably stub my toe.
More doors. And a lot of rubble. And more doors.
And you can see that this is a absolutely gigantic room. It's probably about 30 feet tall. It's got a very
There's a door.
high vault.
Sing the door to the left.
It's got the vaulted ceilings. You can see that there are some, looks like humanoid remains.
Doors here, doors there as well.
I'm going to look at Astra and say, is there any other change in direction?
Does she feel anything?
Nope, he still seems to be above you, and actually still, like,
Is it like directly above, or is it like above and to like the
it
left?
was more above, directly above you where you were before. So it's now above you, but to the, I guess to the bottom left of where you were.
Yeah, it was more straight up before. Now it's, I suppose we can try this door, maybe? Since it's...
If there's no traps or anything, I let Layla kick it. Ooh, okay. It looks like a pit with, like, Ninja Warrior blocks in the middle. I'll look to Asher and I'll say, can you send Nero?
Yeah, I can do that.
It's
Just give
about-
me a
It's
moment.
about 60 feet across.
Astrid is an hour. Okay.
Could I kind of go from one zigzag from one side of the wall to the other all the way across?
You do an acrobatics check.
And does Nier see anything on this end?
Nope, this just appears to be a pit with some bars across it.
It
18?
doesn't seem to be much.
Yep, 18's fine. You can jump all the way across.
As he's going, I'm like, Dace, we're not go. And I just kind of give up and I start walking away.
It's a dead end down here.
Yes, that is what I saw as well.
You can do an investigation check if you want while you're down there, Dace.
Yeah, why not? Where's investigation? I'm not trying to intimidate it, I'm trying to investigate it.
Same thing.
Yeah, so I'll say that you find a little button and you press it and it opens up into the bat room.
Hey! There's a door down here!
To a room you've already been, but
Oh, where does it lead?
Bats!
Oh, okay. So that is a shortcut back to the bathroom,
Alright.
which we know is the room that Trike is above.
I would like to kick.
Keep your kicking leg ready, Layla.
I would like to drop kick.
right, before I go down these stairs, does that look like a familiar disease-ridden tree?
It does.
Motherfucker. I stopped Dace right there.
What? What's up?
This tree is not. It's not good news. We've run into one like it before. Stay very far away from it.
Yes, the tree could take control of you somehow. It's most certainly not good.
It's Golthias tree is what you've run into these before.
I will just search around it as I'm walking, but I'm not getting near or touching any of it like that. But just to look around a bit.
You see what appears. You see a little shiny thing at one on the roots of the tree.
A little shiny thing. I will point it out to everyone, but say I don't think it's good to get near this tree.
I could grab it with mage hand.
You have a moment while we look at this next door, if you want to,
Sure.
and I'll point it out to where it is.
Yeah, Astrid will go down nearby it, use mage hand to pick up the shiny thing.
You pick it up.
It brings it closer to herself to inspect it.
That's what you get.
Ooh.
Damn.
She doesn't know what that is yet, but she will let the others know.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, like, identify. It's fine.
Yep, check the door. Let Layla kick it.
It seems to hook around the side.
It's not like one of those, that little trap thing that we saw before, right? Like,
I don't believe there's another door up here.
oh,
There's not really enough room, so I'm gonna check this one, and if it looks good, I'm gonna open it once people are closer to me. Okay, another rather long hallway with double doors, and I'm gonna let Layla, or I keep saying let Layla, like I could fucking stop him from doing something physical if I wanted to. I want to move out of Layla's way so he could open it.
As you see Layla charging down the hallway and slamming his shoulder into the doors. And you're back in the bat room.
All right, so we've been through. So I'll look to Dace real quick, and I'll point up to that door. Is that the door that's open now? The one up there? That way. Okay. All right. So I'll ask. So it's above here, so we can either go left or down and left. So I say we go left first.
And
maybe
also,
down.
just as a frame of reference, I mean, realize that, like, if he's above you, that doesn't necessarily mean that the path to get is going to be directly above
Oh
you.
yeah, we may have to go back to the beginning of this and walk outside.
Victor, what's this thing over here?
It's another door, I assumed. Or am I wrong?
It looks kind of important.
Wait, is that a door?
You do an investigation check. It's actually not a door, but
Oh, I just assumed it was.
Yeah, Astrid will help with the
I was thinking it might be
investigating.
kind of some kind of placard or something.
Well, you know what they say about people who assume.
Aw.
this actually is also a because of the way that they draw these maps, it's just retarded. But it's actually another statue of a bat, with its mouth open, and you. In the investigation, you see that there appears to be a depression inside its mouth.
Like I could reach into it?
I mean, you can probably put your hand in there, but it looks like something that you could like press in.
I'll tell everyone what I'm about to do and just say, just be on guard in case anything happens, and I will push into it.
And it slides out of the way, and there's an opening behind.
Oh, so technically I wasn't wrong. It was kind of a door.
Kind of a door.
Do we still want to check that other door?
I think hidden passages may be a bit more important.
Suit yourself.
And yeah, I'm gonna, since it's very narrow in here, I'm gonna check for traps and locks, and once people are behind me, I will open it. Okay, another hallway. Okay, with 3 more sets of doors.
Right, the
I'll
one
go
over
to this one and
yeah,
listen.
that's not a door.
Oh,
This.
Yeah, that one over where Drake Daces is not a door.
Oh,
What is
okay.
it?
A painting.
probably. Or another statue.
So,
It's actually nothing. I don't know why that's there.
all right.
The other two are doors.
All right. Well,
Aesthetics.
double door first, I guess. I'll move out of Layla's way. Let him do his thing.
Door I would like to kick.
Before you do that, I just want to describe that the door itself is appears to be plated in bronze, and on the door there are on one. It's basically like there are 2 half circles essentially on each door that are joined together. One of them appears to be the purple and black. So on the left door, and you're looking at this in the center, so they're split. So there's the black and purple symbol, and then next to that, completing the circle on the other door, appears to be a moon.
Okay. Is there anything significant about bronze for me? Like, does it have any sort of trigger for like, what is there a special meaning behind it, or is it just like decorative?
Yeah, just decorative.
Okay.
I would like to open, please.
Maybe something important there. It's another different door.
I'm gonna tell everyone not to really move around too much. Is that a sarcophagus in the middle?
Make an investigation check.
Oh fuck.
It looks like a
Alright.
miniature city.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
Okay. Do we recognize the city?
You can't really tell, no. I mean, I guess do an intelligence check. Anybody who wants to try and figure out what this is.
Fuck me.
No.
Wow.
When Dace is the smartest one out of all of us.
I was born in Drenna.
Days
I
from
don't know.
you would assume based on what you're seeing, and because you're good with survival and that kind of stuff. I mean, you know that the place that you were going was a lost city, not just a temple. So you're assuming that this is a depiction of the. You can't quite tell where you fit into where this is. You would guess that based on that you're here, that is where you're assuming you are in this sort of mini map. But yeah, this appears to be. So it wasn't just that this temple was originally sitting out in the middle of nowhere. Like Astrid had mentioned, that this temple was probably Ziggurat was probably built for Ayun, and this city was surrounding it. There's very little left, obviously, but
Yeah, I think you told us the city was supposedly called Unhatris.
Patrice, yes.
I carefully step over everything and over to the here and says, "Yeah, so I think we are here."
Alright, well, if there's nothing, this doesn't lead anywhere, I think we need to go back.
Coffin.
Yeah, what is the thing in the middle?
Oh, it's a coffin.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna Oh fuck.
See,
You can see that this thing is a big skull at the bottom of it. Yeah.
the problem is, you know you want to do it.
I know, but he's trying so hard not to endanger everyone. He's. Can I, without touching it, look around it and see if there's any runes on it? Or
Dace is
writing?
curious.
You don't see anything now. Oh, Dace doesn't see anything.
Fuck.
I pull out my my staff, and I poke the coffin. Tap on it.
It makes a tapping sound.
Hello? Anybody home?
Last time we were in here and I touched a sarcophagus, we nearly all got cursed.
Well, we don't need to open it. I mean, all the previous times we've opened the sarcophagus, we've fought undead things. Well, we did get good prizes from it, I suppose, but I think our priority might be finding a staircase or something,
Yeah.
because if we get in a battle, I'm not sure if I can keep concentration.
And
mean,
it,
I did roll like a 16 investigation. Did I find anything?
Yeah,
Like
you
traps
do.
or-
Around the room, you do find a few things. You don't find any traps, but you do find a few chests. Some of these little little houses actually. You can lift up, and there are things hidden inside of them. Nothing overly exciting. You find an alabaster statue that appears actually to be of Saloon. Based on the material, you would assume it's probably about worth 50 gold. Let's see what else to find.
So, are these all statues up top here? Or like terracotta warriors or something like that?
Yeah, they're basically just statues that are standing near the pillars. They
Stone statues?
yeah, they're stone statues. They appear to be of indistinct warriors. You do get a view of, again, these statues were at one point appear to have been painted, and so you do see a little bit of purple on their cloaks.
Dace has an idea. He's like, hey, ah!
What?
Maybe you can break off one of their arms for me.
Sure, why not? And I give him a arm. I quite literally give him a stone arm.
Dace will come back over here to the front of the coffin and use the stone arm in hand to tomfoolery with the skull of the coffin.
I mean, nothing really happens. You're just
Like
jabbing
he's
it
picking,
into the holes.
yeah, like he's picking the nose.
Yeah.
Three Stooges poke the eyes out. Seems
Richter
safe
looks
enough.
Richter looks at Astrid and just say, any sort of direction from here?
Shield.
From where you are right now, it would be northeast.
Well, that's the way we came. Still central to
There's,
that.
there's still another door right here, too.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep the stone arm.
Laylis, your leg is needed.
I would like to door.
Closet. There's nothing in there.
I would like to close door.
Well, maybe we have to open that coffin.
Or is it? There's one more door right here.
If the other door doesn't work, I guess we could try and shove open the sarcophagus.
There are also many doors that we haven't actually. I think 2 others or 1 other. This place is very maze-like.
There was a door to the north in that big room that you did not go into.
There are many doors, but there's no door like the sarcophagus.
Okay, I'm not with you on that one, Jace. I mean, I love you, but that's not one.
I'm gonna look around at these things before I step through them.
Do a investigation.
What do the boobs on the walls do?
They do look like boobs.
That's why he's distracted.
I missed it. Is that 13-year investigation?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't beat the C cups.
Fondle them.
Don't fondle them. That's a trap.
A very lovely trap.
They suck your life out.
Don't they all?
Don't mind if I do then.
Better than being charmed.
Same thing.
The same. Yeah, I was about to say it's the same thing.
And Richter, make a Constitution saving throw. And you're right back here. Because you didn't see the trap, but it was trapped.
Okay.
Yep. You got snuggled by the boobies.
So,
17.
so you take 3 points of lightning damage. As you step down, the boobs shot lightning out of apparently their nipples, I guess. I don't know. And so you take half damage because you kind of saw it coming.
I kind of do the same thing. So if you want me to go first,
The Southern Oracle.
Does it?
yeah,
Look.
I kind of
Well,
also
currently
shoot.
you are standing there. You're being electrocuted, and you're paralyzed because you're like stuck. So someone's gonna have to probably push you out of the way.
Is there a way that I can run forward and push him out of the way and get in the path? Because
I'll just drag him.
Well, but I'm not a
Well,
mental.
as he releases the pressure, he basically stood where he was standing, and as he's moved off of it, it stops.
Alright, jump
Okay.
over it. And I'll check this door for Layla's.
I'm just gonna.
Jumping
gonna
over.
wait. I guess I'll jump over. But I mean, being a lightning-based person.
Okay, we're starting to find some stuff.
Oh, I think I'm staying on Astrid. Okay. This looks menacing, and I'm like looking to the back of the room at that thing with the statue in the eye.
I'm gonna ask Astrid to help me really thoroughly investigate the area.
Yes.
27.
So, as soon as you opened up the door, you felt a rush of warm, sort of like stale air, and the room is lit, and this sort of reddish sort of light, even though it doesn't technically look like that in the game. I can't make it look red. And what you see on the basically on the wall that you're all next to, so across from the door, there appears to be human skin that is hung all over the walls, and you can see to the south there is a ogre-like statue that appears to be adorned in skins and skulls, and has it looks like he's in a like he's screaming as his mouth is open, and you can see that he has what appears to be a cat of nine tails, essentially, in his hand.
Like he's
And you
been
can see that
fossilized?
surrounding the statue there, you can see that it is, it's like a basin with like coals, hot coals. So you can tell that's where the heat is coming from. And you can see that there are bones and skulls and broken weapons that are sort of strewn about the ground as well.
I mean, I can cool that down if we want to go near it. But what is the other thing up top?
So the appears to be a well of sorts, but it just appears to be emanating light. It's almost like it's the liquid that is in this sort of well that is, but the liquid seems to be the thing that is emanating the light.
I stick my finger in it.
Yes.
So you can see as you touch it, it starts to spread up your finger and then onto your
Quickly
hand.
pull it out.
Well, I mean, even it's still going as you're still on your finger, so it's just slowly starting to move up your arm, and you can see that it actually is your arm looks like it's starting to light up as well.
You got the glow.
I think this may have something to do with the other statue. Maybe you need to use that in some way?
I got the glow.
And
We
you
got
can
some
see
glowing.
that it's not super fast, but you can see that it's not stopping, and it's continuing to go up your arm.
Guys?
Is that something that could be stopped? Is it painful?
Doesn't hurt.
Well, if it keeps going, I mean, I can knock you out if it's bad.
Astrid? Want to give me a hand with this?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Does Astrid know anything about what's going on with that?
I second the knocking out plan.
Well, if we knock him out, it might not stop. It might just go all over him.
I can try and make a medicine or a religion check.
I mean, you can do a medicine check or an arcana check.
Start shaking my hand really vigorously. All I did was stick my finger in it.
That's
You've never
all
seen
it
anything like
takes.
None
Yeah.
of you have seen anything like it.
Well, I'm gonna, I guess, lead him towards the other area?
And it's probably up to your shoulder at this point.
Okay.
Is this thing anything up here?
No.
So that's a pit of hot glowing coals.
There's no
And
stairs.
it's up to his shoulders.
I
at
put
this
my hand that's covered in it, on the coals, see if it does anything.
It burns your hand quite badly. You probably,
Ow!
I'll say, let's see, we'll just do, you take 4 points of damage.
Oh, that didn't work.
And it's starting to go up your neck now.
Oh my gosh, we don't have cure wounds. Cure wounds at
Holy water!
level-
Holy water!
Oh, do we have holy water? Yeah, but holy water is not holy oil. Holy shit. I have cure wounds at level 1.
I say we leave him to be our beacon in the darkness.
Yeah, I guess we can always
That's
knock him
touching.
out later.
That's touching, Lyle, as I put my hand on his shoulder. The same one that's got stuff all over, spreading all over it.
It does not spread to him.
Try
Suck
touching
it.
the statue, maybe? Don't have any spells that could stop this. I don't even know what to do.
I have a spell to stop it. It's called Sever His Arm.
Let's just see what happens.
It's
me,
already up
sir.
my neck.
I can dispel magic.
It is now up over your mouth.
I just sit down and I'll just go full lotus.
I will dispel magic at
Chill.
3rd level on his body. Does that? Can I do that?
I mean, you can certainly try.
Okay.
Oh, I wish I had remove curse prepared.
Does not seem to affect it.
Okay.
Can I use my where is it on my sheet? Dadgummit. I don't know if this will help or not, but hey, anything's worth it. Try. Where are you? There it is.
Nope.
Yeah.
But it is now up over your nose, and you cannot breathe. So how long can you hold your breath? Because that's how long it's going to take before you die.
That's okay. I can stabilize you.
My constitution is a 14.
Richter looks visibly uncomfortable at all this.
I have animate dead.
Nice.
Um,
So what's your constitution modifier?
2.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes before you suffocate.
Astrid will attempt lesser restoration. Maybe? Just
Oh no,
in case.
it's 3 minutes. Because it's 1 plus your constitution modifier is how long you can hold your breath.
I try and mimic, with my other hand, just knock me the fuck out.
I will oblige.
You'll use less less oxygen.
I would.
Less restoration does not do anything.
I really wish I had prepared
can't do
just
greater.
curse.
I would like to kick him unconscious
Wait,
like
wait,
a door.
wait, hold on, wait. You guys, I remember last time we played, I said I was going to prepare remove curse. We had a long rest, right, Matt?
Yep,
So I would have it.
sure.
I will go up, just grip his fucking face in my palm and try it.
I'd still like to kick him.
He does not appear to be cursed.
Richter just got kind of under his breath. Fuck. This is. He just moves out of the way to let Layla's knock him the fuck out.
I would like to knock him the fuck out.
All right. He still has to breathe.
Yeah,
I'll
the,
use
the, po- the idea is that I don't use as much oxygen.
I'll try and use spare the dying after he does that, but I don't know if it works.
Matt, can I search around this thing and see if there's any runes or anything like that?
Yep.
Can I before I do spare the dying, because he's still suffocating, can I? Where is it at? Where is it at? Can I sleet storm freeze the coals?
If you want to. Richter, you don't find anything. I mean, I don't know if you have enough room to cast. I don't know what the...
It would hit everywhere. It's 40 foot.
Yeah, I mean, there's no water around. Can I see what is inside the coals again?
The statue is what's in it. The
Uh,
overlap feature.
Astra doesn't know what this worked, but she's gonna panic and pull off her cape and just put it up into
Can
diminish
I
the
enhance
light.
ability? Well, not enhance ability, not enhance ability.
What's
not
your cape do?
enhance ability.
She's just gonna put the cape on him to try and make the light go away or become less. Doesn't know if it'll help, but she's trying to create shadows on him.
Richter looks at Layla and says, try pulling him out of this room.
Okay, I'll pull him out the room.
And you are now unconscious. So do a death saving throw.
Where did my sheet go? There it is.
Can I absorb elements?
Oh shit!
Wow.
Wow, you just lost 2. Can I use absorb elements, set myself to fire, and try and get up on the statue? And look at the statue.
Yeah. So you notice as you pull Dace into the corridor there, which does not have light, it appears to stop. It's not moving anymore, so it's not because his whole head is covered in this stuff now. So it stops. It's not progressing any further.
Quick question. Where Layla's hit him, did it chip at all?
No, this appears to be like almost like if you think of like the slime, that kids
Okay.
play with. That's so what it kind of looks like on him.
Can I take my axe and skin him?
You cut out their axe and what?
Skin him.
No. I will.
No, that's actually a good idea.
I mean, you can take your axe and try to,
Scrape off the goo.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Can I cure wounds him at first level?
Still can't breathe. Till
Yeah,
you
so
get this
he-
stuff off me.
Yeah, so he's just gonna go down again.
I'm gonna just pull out my water skin and just pour it over his head and see if it rinses off at all.
And actually, it does.
It was water.
I would like to kick him.
Oh, I would too.
Yes, the only way to get rid of that was to pour water over it.
I'm still unconscious.
No, you've got 10 hit points.
Yep.
'Cause I
That
did it
didn't
at
help
the
me
same
none
time.
because you did that before.
No, I
they
did it
cleared.
basically in the same round that he poured. Like literally, he poured the water.
Yeah, you
and
wouldn't have
I-
failed another 3 death saves by then, I don't think.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you wish, I can keep kicking you till you do.
Oh my god.
Nah.
Yeah, I just finished pouring it all over him and I just say, don't touch things that you don't know what they are. Let's keep moving.
For God's sake, Dace. Stop touching things.
That would have been the most depressing death ever. Character
Suffocated to death.
Suffocated by goo.
Except for like, well, yeah, it may have been worse than Zalia falling on spikes in her butt multiple times.
Yeah, but I meant like actual character death. Like if you guys hadn't figured that out, he was going to die, like for real die.
Death by pudding.
Because it didn't
Should
matter
we-
if you,
Death by pudding.
because you could have kept reviving him, but he couldn't breathe, so he would have just kept dying over and over and over again. This
Should we?
would have been awful.
Should we?
I don't know. I've seen some awful ways, and that's.
Oh yeah, like
You mean like turning
like
into a goldfish and jumping
and-
off a cliff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, doesn't understand
No,
velocity.
no. Played
should-
a game where one of the characters had a deck of many things, and one of the players was charmed into pulling a card, and says each time you pull it, if you pull a negative effect, you gotta pull again. So he followed his charmed orders, and he kept pulling until he pulled himself to it was a stupid intelligence of 0 of negative.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Do we? Oh, everybody's leaving. Do we want to investigate the statue? Okay. Okay.
I
Where's the door
remember
that we didn't go through yet?
it's to the northeast.
Yep. To the northeast. So you could. I'll say that you guys can go the way of the tree, but you can just take the path straight ahead of you.
Okay.
Just to make it faster. But we'll say we went the long way past the tree again,
Okay.
which is to the. Because the entrance is the same, it's just off to the left there. So, yeah, this door up here is the only door that you haven't done yet.
All right. I move out of Layla's way. I check very quickly and let him kick it.
I, in the meantime, am trying to recover health.
I gave you 10 hit points. I will heal you again.
Well,
Long
yeah,
haul.
Save it.
That was
I'll ask for some potions out of the bag.
Yeah, because that was actually really good healing for me. I never do that.
Shall I say you can have one of mine if you want?
All right, at another hallway.
So how many potions of healing do we have in the bag?
So you have 16 hit points, 17 hit points technically, or 16. I will cure wound you.
Oh, are these stairs?
they are
Don't
stairs.
waste your slots.
I already did. Second, you have another 8.
Well, don't
So
waste
you-
any more.
As you guys are approaching this hallway, and as you, particularly as you stand in front of those stairs, you really start to feel that that sort of dread and fear, and you also at the top of the stairs. It looks, because these it's always difficult to tell. These stairs do go up. It almost looks like you think it's almost like a trick of the eye, but it looks like there's a sort of a misty, sort of like smoky sort of thing at the top of the stairs. It's really hard to tell, but you can see that the staircase is leading upwards into this sort of gloom, and it looks like you have found the entrance to another layer within the ziggurat here, and that's where we'll go ahead and end it.